Chapter 100. Cai Hongqing, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror. He found that the zombies behind had no intention of stopping. He asked curiously, "What's going on? Isn't this the territory of a level 4 mutant zombie? Or are these zombies being controlled by it?" Control? A level 4 zombie can't control other zombies. It's not like it's a level 5 leader, Chen Li, who was in the backseat, said in confusion. Du Yuanxing stuck his head out of the car and looked back at the situation. Originally, they had been driving very fast all the way, and they had chosen to turn around on roads with fewer zombies. But after arriving here, the number of zombies began to increase. A large number of zombies kept appearing out of nowhere, and ran in their direction without fear. It seemed that there were no high-level zombies here to suppress them, and they could come and go as they pleased. This was completely different from the quiet and peaceful situation the last time he came. The situation doesn't look good, the number of zombies is increasing, and they're increasing very quickly. Moreover, the rate of increase is very fast. Du Yuanxing frowned and said after observing for a while. Even Long Qingying, who was on the car roof, stood up with her knife. She stood on the roof with her legs spread apart, and her expression changed from indifference to alertness. Her left hand held the knife by her side, and her right hand stretched out towards the zombies behind them. Her 5 fingers were opened, and her palm was facing outwards. As long as the zombies behind them were less than 10 meters away from their car, she would bend her fingers slightly. The surrounding metals such as door frames, window frames, screws, and other metals automatically flew over from all directions. Then these metals gathered into a metal ball in the air not far from Long Qingying, and then melted together. The metal ball was like a solution put into a furnace, twisting and turning in the air. After a while, it turned into sharp steel thorns, and shot towards the zombies behind them. Puff 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 puff, a series of piercing sounds rang out. This was also the reason why others didn't dare to provoke this woman. If they weren't careful, they would be pierced by the steel thorns. That wouldn't be fun. Seeing that the zombies in the front row had their heads pierced through, the men below silently looked up at the roof of the car at the same time, and then continued to raise their guns to shoot at the zombies that tried to approach. Two, bang, 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 roar, roar, awoo. Because of the gunshots, more and more zombies gathered from afar. Moreover, Du Yuanxing's car was quickly blocked. There are also zombies in front, the car can't rush through. If they hit 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 zombies, it would still be effective. It wouldn't budge 10 years ago. What happened? Why are there more and more zombies? Where are the high-level zombies? Looking at more and more zombies, they kept coming out and coming out. Everyone in the car sensed that something was wrong. What was going on? Why are there suddenly so many zombies here? It was impossible for a level 4 zombie to control so many ordinary zombies, but since they had entered this area, they could not control so many ordinary zombies. In less than a few minutes, there were nearly 200 to 300 zombies around them. Zombies continued to pour out from the surrounding alleys and houses. This was a block, surrounded by streets and shops, and there were many alleys. Could it be that there was a large number of zombies hiding here? Was that why they waited until they drove in before slowly pouring out? But at this time, no one noticed. On the other side of these zombies, about 300 to 400 meters away, a figure stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window on the 4th floor, looking at them. The glass on the floor-to-ceiling window had long been broken, so that figure stood there directly. As long as Du Yuanxing and the others raised their heads to look over here, they would see it. This figure wasn't tall, only about 1, 2 meters. Its body was fat, and its head was very big as 2 heads put together. It was very strange. In fact, it was indeed 2 heads put together. Not only the head, but also the body, was also combined. That was why it looked fat. As for the appearance of the face, this face value was somewhat indescribable. Ugly? No, ugly was much better looking than it. Disgusting. More or less. Just imagine the scene of 2 human faces being mashed up and then glued together. 4 eyes, 2 noses, and 2 mouths that were put together and then split apart. The whole head was strangely deformed, big and ugly. The skin on the top of the head was already gone, just a layer of bloody skin with a layer of wet hair. On the other side, Cho Lily, after noticing this zombie, he quietly jumped down from the top of the building and quietly sneaked over here. He wanted to see the level 4 zombie that he didn't know when it came out. As a result, when she saw this zombie from the top of another building, she was shocked. What the hell is this? This is too disgusting. Cho Lily only took a glance, then silently moved her eyes away. She turned her head and didn't dare to look. Because she restrained all her breath, this level 4 zombie that just appeared didn't notice her existence. But Cho Lily actually didn't notice the breath of this zombie before. She didn't know if it just came here from somewhere else, or if it was originally lurking here. And Cho Lily clearly felt that the sudden appearance of ordinary zombies here were all attracted by this disgusting level 4 zombie. Not only these ordinary zombies in front of them, nearby, hundreds of meters away, even within a kilometer or two from here, ordinary zombies were all gathering here. Soon, this place would become a zombie city densely packed with ordinary zombies. Cho Lily felt that this zombie had a strong desire for the people in the car. That bloodthirsty breath stained the surrounding air, bringing a burst of feeling that made Cho Lily nauseous. How could there be such a zombie? Cho Lily didn't understand how this zombie could control so many zombies. Listening to its words, they all rushed towards the group of people in the car. According to common sense, high-level zombies that were level 5 and below couldn't control so many ordinary zombies. Even if it was a level 5 zombie, the number of control was also limited. Ordinary zombies didn't have intelligence, only instinct. To control them to do what you want, it was like controlling a puppet. Using consciousness to occupy the other's consciousness was enough. But for zombies that were level 5 and below, it was impossible to divide so much consciousness to control them at the same time. It also didn't have any effect, it didn't have any effect at all. At most, it could spread out its breath, making the ordinary zombies instinctively feel a sense of oppression. Only then would it retreat on its own. On the other side, Du Yuanxing and the others, at this time, had completely stopped moving forward. They couldn't even drive out of the car. Because now the zombies around them had piled up into a zombie wall, and were swarming towards them. Chapter 101. Du Yuanxing looked at the situation in front of him and didn't know why he had a premonition that he had fallen into a trap. He shouted to another person, "Azu, open the way." "Okay. Watch me." A man sitting in the back seat heard Du Yuanxing call him. He immediately responded. He went to the side of the window and stretched out his head and arm. His arm stretched out towards the zombies in front of the car. Then the ground in front of the car started to crack, forming a pit of 1 to 2 meters. Beneath the zombies' feet, there were earth spikes rising up, immediately pushing the zombies into disorder, causing them to fall down one after another. Then the crack closed up again, burying many of the zombies that fell into the pit. Seeing that the zombie wall in front of them had dispersed, Cai Hongqing immediately stepped on the gas and rushed forward. Many zombies that didn't have time to get up or stand up were immediately sent flying by his car. But the zombies that they attacked and cleared were not as fast as the zombies that came out. After driving for less than 2 minutes, they were immediately surrounded again. Long Qingying frowned and suddenly inserted the long knife into the belt on her waist. She raised her hands, one in front and one behind, facing the zombies. The steel thorns that she shot out quickly separated from the zombies' skulls. Then they once again gathered in the air around her body. Long Qingying increased the power, and a lot of steel and metal around her flew towards her. It was like there was a huge magnetic field on her body, sucking all the metal over. Many of the metal in front of Long Qingying formed a circle with a diameter of 2 meters, then melted together, quickly turning into countless steel thorns, and then shot towards the surrounding zombies like a rain of arrows. Her attack skills were all wide range, and a single shot could kill dozens of ordinary zombies. Then she quickly pulled back the steel and shot again. Thus, very quickly, the surrounding zombie corpses piled up. Seeing that the crazed zombies were easily stopped by Long Qingying, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At this time, Long Qingying forcefully stepped on the roof of the car, and a cold voice came down. "If there isn't a level 5 zombie leader here, then there is a level 4 zombie with spirit type." Hearing her warning, everyone's heart jumped. That's right, to be able to control hundreds and thousands of zombies to suddenly appear, it was no longer an ordinary mutant zombie. Looking around, there were already 600 to 700 zombies in their line of sight, not counting the 100 or 200 that they had killed. And behind these zombies, there were more zombies joining in and pouncing towards them. Looks like it's really the case. If that's the case, then with the addition of the wind-type zombie, we might be in trouble this time. Du Yuanxing stared at the surrounding hidden corners and found the high-level zombie that was controlling the group of zombies. Roar, 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 puff, 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 bang, bang, banged the roars of the zombies, long chinging steel spikes stabbing into the brain, and the gunshots of the other people in the car. The surroundings became a little chaotic. Let's find the zombie that's controlling the horde. Long Qingying shouted to the people below. Looking for it. But the other party is obviously hiding. Du Yuanxing and the others were carefully searching. But he did not see any high-level zombies that were different from normal zombies. At this time, both sides slowly entered a state of stalemate. The zombies' human wave tactic made Long Qingying and the others not fall into a disadvantage so quickly, but at this time they were too busy to gain the upper hand. It was a little difficult to break out of the encirclement of this zombie horde. On the other side, Qiu Lily looked at everything coldly. She did not have the intention to kill the humans, but she also did not have the intention to save them. Because she had been chased by humans before, it was already good that she did not go back to take revenge. Asking her to save them, she could not do it. So she did not intervene. She had no interest in this disgusting zombie core. Qiu Lily quietly stood on the tall building next to them, feeling more and more zombies rushing over. It looked like a zombie tide was about to form. If the people in front of her did not quickly retreat, then even if they used up all their energy, they would not be able to kill all the zombies here. What Qiu Lily saw, Du Yuanxing and the others could not see. They could only see the circle of zombies in front of them. And the thickness of the zombies gathered, it was not just a few hundred. The surrounding circle was densely packed with zombies. At a glance, they could only see all kinds of zombie heads. Just like the queue to buy tickets at the train station during the Spring Festival, the number of people, it was frightening to see. But they had already come here. Of course they did not want to return empty-handed after running so far. So now they had to find the 2 high-level zombies as soon as possible and kill them, then quickly leave with the zombie cores. Long Qingying was now in charge of blocking the zombies, but this number. I can't hold them for long. She did not ask the people below to do anything, just told them her current situation. To let the people below prepare a little. Long Qingying was working with them for the first time, and also the first time with others. If these people did not give her food in advance, and the amount was not small, she would not have agreed to help. And knowing that she needed a large amount of food to prepare to leave this base, Du Yuanxing and the others secretly found her. They asked her to cooperate. Du Yuanxing looked at the increasingly terrifying number of zombies, and nodded in understanding. Hold on a little longer, we will find that zombie soon. If you are tired, rest, let us do it. Okay. Long Qingying agreed readily. The big-headed zombie saw that there were so many ordinary zombies, and it had been so long, but it still hadn't caused these humans to panic. It was starting to get a little impatient, and it opened its mouth wide to reveal its fangs. Suddenly, it opened its big mouth and let out a very strange cry. Squeak. Its cry was not very loud, but it traveled very far. Qiu Lily was standing on the next building not far from it. As soon as she heard the sound, she immediately felt a sharp pain in her head. What followed was a nauseating feeling. She furrowed her brows and her aura trembled slightly, but she did not release it. Oh! For a moment, the big-headed zombie sensed Qiu Lily's aura of a level 6 leader, but the feeling disappeared as quickly as it came. So the big-headed zombie looked around in confusion. After observing for a while, he didn't find that kind of aura from before. On the other hand, Long Qingying and the others didn't feel so good. They were not like Qiu Lily, who only felt nauseous. Instead, they felt a sharp pain in their heads. The pain made their bodies tremble, and then they almost went limp. Chapter 102. Yes. Long Qingying let out a muffled groan. Her legs gave way, and she knelt on the roof of the car. His hands were on the roof of the car, and his head was hung low. His face was contorted in pain. Of the 7 or 8 men below, only Du Yuanxing, who was also a level 5 adept, was slightly better. The others were all howling. My head hurts. What's going on? It hurts. Du Yuanxing held his head as he endured the spasms all over his body. He took a deep breath and reluctantly stretched out a hand. He waved his hand at the zombies who had found an opening and rushed over. A thin bolt of lightning shot out from his hand and quickly branched into an electric net. It covered the zombies. Pai Li Pa La, after the sound of an explosion, the direction of the zombies that Du Yuanxing threw out an electric net. More than a dozen zombies were electrocuted into charcoal, their bodies emitting black smoke. He was a rare lightning ability user. In fact, if it wasn't for his high level, he wouldn't have been able to do so. It doesn't have any effect on zombies, but it can be used on humans. Therefore, in the base, no one dared to provoke him. Who would want to be electrocuted a few times for no reason? Just thinking about it felt too sour. At this time, the others were already paralyzed in the car, holding their heads and moaning with their mouths wide open. Their expressions were extremely painful. Fuck, this is a mental attack, right? Cai Hongqing hugged the steering wheel and pressed his head against the steering wheel. It hurts. Shun. How are you? Shun. Shun. The others in the back suddenly realized that the weakest among them, an ordinary person, had already rolled his eyes and was foaming at the mouth. Long Qingying, who was on the roof of the car, had already recovered. She looked up and saw that the zombies had already rushed to the side of the car. Because all the people in the car were paralyzed, no one could stop the zombies from approaching. Soon, their encirclement was reduced. She propped her head up and raised one hand, gathering the metal around her once more. There was another round of steel bullets. Only then did they manage to kill the zombies that were about to reach the car. Drive quickly, there are too many zombies. If we don't leave now, we'll be buried, she said as she attacked. At this time, Du Yuanxing had also recovered and replied, let's go quickly. Let's not look for the level 4 zombie, let's retreat first. He was telling Cai Hongqing to hurry up and drive. As for the level 4 zombie targets, they could only temporarily spread them out. He would have to slowly figure out the situation of this strange spiritual type zombie before making his next move. Moreover, the wind type zombie had yet to appear, and no one knew where it went. Didn't they say that 2 high-level zombies wouldn't appear in the same place at the same time? Could it be that the level 4 wind zombie was chased away by the level 4 spirit zombie before they arrived? At this moment, just as they were about to scatter, Lin Xiao, who had been in his own space, didn't pay attention to the situation outside and directly appeared. And the location was just right. Standing on the roof of the car, Lin Xiao stared at the plain but cold face of a woman in front of him. A sentence flashed through his mind. Holy shit. What was this situation? Before she could react, the woman who was less than half a meter away from her had already reacted extremely quickly and pulled out a knife. Sheeing, the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed. Long Qingying had already pulled out the knife from her waist extremely quickly and neatly. She turned her hand and slashed at the zombie that suddenly appeared in front of her out of nowhere. Holy shit. Don't attack as soon as you come. Can't we talk nicely? Lin Xiao, who had yet to react, just slightly leaned to the side. She didn't jump out of the car, but directly turned her feet. She dodged by a body's length. Subconsciously, she used her claws to grab the sharp knife that was slashing over. Long Qingying's heart skipped a beat because of her agile reaction, but her movements didn't stop. Instead, she lifted her leg and kicked towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly raised her leg to block, then turned her leg. Suddenly, she caught the other's long leg and stepped on the roof of the car. At the same time, she tilted her head and dodged the other's metal palm that was aimed towards her face. She felt that if she was stabbed in the forehead by this metal palm, it wouldn't be fun. She raised her other hand and fiercely clasped her metal hand. Only then did she completely control the woman's attack methods. The other hand of the woman was still holding the knife, but the blade was directly grabbed by Lin Xiao's claws. The sharp knife didn't cut Lin Xiao's palm, Instead, it made it very easy for her to grab it. After controlling the woman's hands and feet, Lin Xiao finally had time to look around to see what was going on. This was because she had already seen a pile of densely packed zombie heads below. Subconsciously, she roared at these zombies, with a strong sense of warning and expulsion in her voice. Make them all retreat. At this time, Long Qingying's heart was already cold, and a thought flashed through her mind. Was this the level 4 spirit-type zombie? But although she thought about it in her mind, her hands were still very fast. She immediately let go of the hand that was holding the knife handle, and her 5 hands quickly turned into a metal finger, fiercely stabbing towards Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao knew her movements like the back of her hand, because she wasn't just grabbing the woman. Because of the close contact, she could feel the woman's thoughts. So when the woman let go of her hand, Lin Xiao suddenly let go. Her body jumped back, did a backflip, and then landed beautifully on the ground. Long Qingying's steel claw stabbed empty air, and in the blink of an eye, she saw that the zombie was already on the ground not far from the opposite side. The zombie horde has stopped. At this time, Cai Hongqing suddenly opened his eyes, and looked around suspiciously at the surrounding zombies. A figure jumped down from the car, and stood on Lin Xiao's side. With her back facing the car, she stared at Lin Xiao with both hands holding the knife. It appeared. As soon as she said that, the other people's attention immediately turned to her. They also knew that she meant that a level 4 spirit-type zombie had appeared. Sure enough, as soon as they got behind Long Qingying, they looked in the direction she was looking at. They saw a strange zombie standing on the ground 3 or 4 meters away, looking left and right, up and down, not knowing what it was. This zombie should be a male, about 1.7 meters tall, with short hair. His face was covered with a large area of brown scars, and his original appearance couldn't be seen. He was wearing a clean military training uniform, and his temperament was capable and clean. He didn't have the dirty, broken, and smelly appearance of other zombies. A pair of pitch-black eyes, flashing with a cold light. And the surrounding ordinary zombies all stopped moving. After Du Yuanxing and the others recovered, they immediately became alert. However, a minute passed, and this zombie didn't even look at them. Chapter 103. Lin Xiao looked left and right, up and down, but she didn't see Qiu Lily's figure. She then remembered that Qiu Lily was a bit afraid of people, so she should be hiding somewhere. Then what's with the densely packed ordinary zombies in front of her? She didn't move, and the people on the other side of the car didn't dare to move either. They were afraid that another wave of mental attacks would come, and it wouldn't feel good. So, the two sides temporarily stopped fighting. Lin Xiao paid attention to those people, while sensing Qiu Lily's position. In the end, she couldn't sense where she went. But she sensed another zombie's aura. It was very vicious, evil, and bloodthirsty. From the aura, it wasn't a good one. She thought that these zombies were summoned by Qiu Lily, but after she couldn't sense Qiu Lily's aura, she dispelled that thought. Because during the time she stayed with Qiu Lily, she didn't feel any negative aura from her. There was no killing, vicious, or bloodthirsty aura. Anyway, her aura was very clean, just like her appearance. So Lin Xiao felt that Qiu Lily wouldn't deal with these humans. And now she couldn't even be seen. After sensing another zombie with a very bad aura, Lin Xiao roughly guessed what was going on. These people didn't know why they came here, and that zombie probably followed them all the way. After arriving here, she found that the wind-type zombies were gone, and at this time, the humans stopped. Lin Xiao could feel the zombies' strong desire for these humans. It wanted to eat all of them. Lin Xiao turned her head, and looked at Long Qingying and the others. As soon as she turned her head to look at Long Qingying and the others, they immediately felt a strange aura. It didn't seem like she was going to attack, and she wasn't on guard. She stood there leisurely, as if she didn't care about their existence. She felt that the group of people here didn't have any sense of existence. Du Yuanxing and the others looked at each other, and continued to look at Lin Xiao suspiciously. Isn't her target us? Du Yuanxing said. This zombie's body is so clean, it can't bathe often. Another person didn't answer the question, and stared at Lin Xiao's clothes. Oh, that's right. It was true, except for those pitch-black eyes. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a zombie. After he said that, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Lin Qiao's appearance. It's true. Also, why is she carrying a rifle? There are so many guns on his waist and legs. When did zombies start using guns? Hearing this, the men's attention suddenly went to their clothes and weapons. Lin Qiao could not help but roll her eyes. Long Qingying did the same thing as her. After Long Qingying rolled her eyes, she was stunned. Because she saw that the zombies on the other side were also looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with an expression of "there are a few idiots on the other side." Long Qingying, did she see it wrongly? Even Long Qingying, who had always been indifferent, was starting to lose her cool. Did he look down on us just now? At this moment, Du Yuanxing suddenly said faintly, because he also saw Lin Qiao's expression. The others were speechless. Qiao Lin, Long Qingying, Lin Qiao rolled his eyes again. Everyone, he's really looking down on us. Feeling that they were being looked down on by zombies, the few of them felt a strange sense of grievance. Fuck. You're a zombie without a human soul, why are you learning human expressions? Long Qingying raised the knife in front of her eyes, indicating that she no longer had any patience to continue looking at this zombie. She raised the knife and staggered her feet. She got into a position that was ready to attack. As soon as she moved, the others were immediately pulled back. Only then did they realize that their attention had been diverted just now. They had actually only paid attention to the other party's equipment. However, at this moment, the zombie on the other side suddenly took a step back. His left palm was raised horizontally, and his other right hand stretched out a finger from below to press against the palm of the left hand above. Seeing this obviously pause gesture, everyone subconsciously paused for a moment. Long Qingying turned her head to look at Du Yuanxing and the others with an inexplicable expression. The expression in her eyes seemed to have a few big question marks. Is he a human or a zombie? Also, just now, she felt that this zombie appeared on the roof of the car and exchanged those two moves with her. It seemed to be the combat skills of military boxing, not the skills that zombies should be able to use. Now that she saw the other party's gesture, Long Qingying didn't know if there was something wrong with her brain, or if there was something wrong with her eyes. The others looked at her with a dumbfounded expression, and then looked at Lin Qiao opposite, who knew if they saw a human or a zombie. Are you a human or a zombie? Among Du Yuanxing and the others, there was one who spoke faster, and suddenly directly shouted at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao! Just by looking at her, you could tell that she was a zombie, okay? Originally, she wanted to find a pair of glasses to cover her eyes, but she couldn't find any. And the man who shouted without thinking was also dumbfounded, feeling the gazes of the others on him. He silently looked up at the sky, looked at the ground, and looked at his own feet. The others looked at him with eyes that said, "You actually dare to talk to a zombie? Do you think he can understand you? Or do you want him to answer you?" A series of gazes that said, "Impossible, you idiot, are you sick?" and so on. But very quickly, they all felt that there was something wrong with them. Because at this time, they saw the zombie suddenly take out a small book and a pen, opened the small book, took the pen and started to write. This action already made Du Yuanxing, Long Qingying and the others widen their eyes, a look of disbelief on their faces. Then, what was even more unbelievable was that after the zombie finished writing, it tore off the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and then threw it towards them. Everyone. Were they crazy, or was the apocalypse crazy? When did zombies have such a high-level skill like writing? Did this zombie turn into a demon? The small paper ball flew towards Long Qingying. Originally Lin Qiao was about 6 to 7 meters away from them. The small paper ball shouldn't have been able to fly over here. But when Lin Qiao threw the small paper ball over, it was caught by Long Qingying with a blank face. Seeing that she caught the paper ball, the others immediately focused their attention on her. They were still very curious about whether the paper ball was written in words or scribbles. Thus, after Long Qingying opened the paper ball, his sharp handwriting was as standard as a soldier's. "I am a zombie, but I do not harm people. The target you are looking for is behind." After reading this sentence, they habitually looked back. They only saw that on that tree, there was an extremely ugly small zombie squatting. That pair of dark and ferocious eyes was staring in their direction. Chapter 104. Holy shit. What the hell? Upon seeing this incomparably huge zombie, the faces of Du Yuanxing and the others instantly changed, and they cursed in their hearts at the same time. It was too ugly and disgusting. What the hell is this? Only Long Qingying was calmly looking at the 1.2 tall zombie. It had a huge head with 4 eyes, 2 noses, and a mouth that was so wide that it could not be seen. His head was a bloody mess with a lot of wet hair. It was as if 2 skulls had been combined and kneaded together to form its current appearance. Too disgusting. Long Qingying cursed silently in her heart. Without waiting for Du Xuanxing and Long Qingying to confirm whether this was the one Lin Qiao had mentioned, the big head zombie made its move. It saw that everyone had discovered it, as if it was afraid that Lin Qiao would steal its food. Impatiently, he opened his mouth wide and let out a loud shout. Squeak! The sound was very ear-piercing. This time, the effect was several times stronger than before. Pfff. A few sounds of blood being spat out could be heard. 3 or 4 people in Biao Yuanxing's group directly spat out a large mouthful of blood as their bodies went limp. He collapsed to the ground. Just now, after Lin Qiao appeared, they all got out of the car. Apart from the one who was foaming at the mouth, he was still lying in the car. The others didn't feel good either. Long Qingying, Du Yuanxing, and the others also felt their minds shake, followed by a sharp pain. It was as if something sharp was poking around in their sea, stirring and churning around. Long Qingying was the only one who managed to block the attack with her katana. Du Yuanxing, Cai Hongqing, and the rest immediately knelt down. All of them temporarily lost their fighting strength. However, the strange thing was that the sound wave attack was effective on Qiu Lili as well. At this moment, there was no reaction to Lin Qiao at all. Aoya seeing the situation of Long Qingying and the others, the big head zombie immediately took the opportunity to jump down from the tree. It's over. Although Du Yuanxing and the others noticed its movements, they couldn't do anything to resist at this moment. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Even Long Qingying, who was the most powerful among them, couldn't use any moves even though she could hold the saber in her hand. This was because her reaction had become sluggish under the attack of the sound waves. Although he had this thought and command in his mind, he couldn't quickly transmit it to the rest of his body. Therefore, when she saw the big-headed zombie rushing in their direction, Long Qingying only had time to hold the saber with both hands, but she didn't even have time to raise it. The big-head zombie was already in front of him. Because it was not far from them in the first place. Just as everyone was about to despair, a roar suddenly rang out. Roar! A human figure flashed, and just as the big-head zombie was about to pounce on Du Yuanxing's body, it suddenly appeared on the side, and a claw quickly stabbed horizontally towards the big-head zombie. Phut! Squeak! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing into the body was followed by a violent scream. Therefore, some people only felt their minds shake violently, and their vision went black. Everyone fainted. Pfff. Lin Qiao swung his hand and looked at the sticky liquid and the blue corpse core on his claw with disgust. The big head zombie was casually swung by her, and like a lump of rotten meat, it fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Qiao looked at the corpse core in her hand, and then looked at the people who were lying on the ground. It seemed that the zombie's cry before it died was very powerful. But why didn't she have any reaction at all? Could it be because she was a zombie? Lin Qiao was puzzled and thought about it, but soon she didn't have the mind to think about it. Because what should she do with the pile of people on the ground? Since she had already encountered them, she couldn't just leave them alone. Although she was a zombie now, her soul was still the soul of a soldier. Looking left and right, she still didn't see Qiu Lili's figure. She also didn't know where that guy ran to. She didn't know if it was because of the big head zombie's last cry, the group of zombies that hadn't moved just now. At this time, they all surged, and were ready to move towards the few humans. Roar! Get lost! Lin Qiao bared her teeth at them, and gave a warning roar. The zombies immediately stopped moving, and started moving in their original positions. They didn't leave, but they didn't dare to come closer. Lin Qiao looked at them, and finally decided to put all these people into the car. She put the corpse core in her pocket, looked at her hand, and didn't care anymore. She directly picked up Long Qingying and put her on the seat in the car. After going back and forth for a while, Lin Qiao finally put all the people into the car. At this time, a white shadow flashed, and stood on the roof of the car. Qiu Lily watched Lin Qiao put all the people into the car, and then pointed at these people. She looked at Lin Qiao with doubt. Now what should she do with these people? Lin Qiao looked up at her. This guy just went to hide somewhere, and only came out now. She took out a notebook, and wrote on the paper, "Are you afraid of people?" Qiu Lily's eyes slightly drooped, and her mouth curled up. She turned her back to her, and didn't say anything. Lin Qiao smiled helplessly. Well, now she also didn't understand Qiu Lily's thoughts about humans. It couldn't be said to be repulsive, but it was more fear. In fact, she really wanted to be close to humans, because she was originally a human. It was just that her appearance was that of a zombie. She didn't eat or kill people, although the virus in her body might also be transmitted to others. But she still wanted to be close to humans. However, just because her appearance had changed, humans treated her as an alien. Lin Qiao looked at the surrounding zombies, and found that after Qiu Lily appeared, they all retreated one after another. They all retreated one after another, like the receding tide. Because when Qiu Lily came out, she released the powerful breath on her body. Feeling her king's breath, the ordinary zombies instinctively wanted to leave. Just like the people in ancient times who saw a powerful person, with inexplicable fear and awe. Lin Qiao saw that she didn't want to talk, and could only close the car door. She also didn't want to drive, so she put the people and the car into the space. She didn't know whether these 9 people were dead or alive, but she felt that they were still alive. But she didn't know what was going on. Lin Qiao was going to put these people in a room first, and wait to see if they could wake up. When the car disappeared, Qiu Lily lightly landed on the ground, and deliberately walked on the clean and flat ground. Lin Qiao wrote on the paper, "Go find a hotel building first." She wanted to see if there was a bed left from before, so that these people could lie down. It was okay if there wasn't, anyway, people could lie on the ground. When Qiu Lily saw the paper, she raised her hand and pointed to the side. Just now when she was standing on a high place, she did see a hotel building. Chapter 105. Lin Qiao followed the direction she pointed and walked over. After walking 2 streets and passing through an alley, she arrived at another street. She saw the building of a big hotel. Many windows were broken, and the main door of the hotel was almost torn down. But fortunately, the building was still intact. Walking through the main door of the hotel, the hall was a common mess after the end of the world. The sofa was overturned, or it was scratched by something, revealing the cotton lining inside. The sofa was covered with solidified black bloodstains, and there were also many dried bloodstains on the walls and floor. Lin Qiao just casually looked around, and walked straight towards the direction of the stairs. The zombies in this area were either driven away by the wind-type zombies, or attracted by the big head zombie just now. So there was still no sign of a zombie here. It was desolate and silent, with no signs of human habitation. A large amount of dust was pushed into a thick layer, but there were no traces of it being moved. It showed that no one had come here for a long time after the end of the world. At least before Lin Qiao came here, no one had come here for a long time. Walking to the stairwell, the stairs and walls were still covered with black bloodstains, making people think of how chaotic and panicky the situation was at that time. Going up to the 2nd floor, the corridor was also messy, and going up to the 3rd floor, the situation was similar. Lin Qiao looked back and forth in the room, and found a big suite. Because there were 2 big beds, a sofa, a living room and so on. It was very spacious, and not that messy, but there was a lot of dust. After Lin Qiao came in, she locked the door. Walking around the room, she looked at the bathroom by the window and other places. Then she walked to the 2 beds in the bedroom, and brought the people out of the space one by one. Qiu Lily stood at the entrance of the room, looking at the layer of dust in the room. She stood there and didn't want to move. Lin Qiao didn't care how much dust there was on the bed, and threw the people in a row. Then she slowly observed the condition of these people one by one. She looked at the man next to her, and saw that there was white foam at the corner of his mouth. She reached out to lift his eyelids, and found that his eyes were rolled up, and his pupils were a little dilated. Then she touched the pulse on his neck, and found that it was still beating. Then, he looked at the situation of the others. They all seemed to be in a similar situation. However, those with high Esper energy in their bodies were in slightly better condition. There were 2 ordinary people without abilities who were now in a deep coma. If he wanted to wake up, he might need a special treatment. Lin Xiao knew that the lake water could heal him, but he didn't know if it should depend on the situation. Last time, the little boy's condition was caused by malnutrition and hunger, which was different from the situation of these people. But she was not a doctor and did not know how to treat patient. He didn't have any medicine on him, so he could only try using the lake water in the space. Whether they lived or died, it all depended on their own luck. That was all she could do to help. Moreover, it would take more than 10 hours to get to the human base from here, even if she kept driving non-stop. Right now, she could only try the effects of the lake water and see if she could wake up the stronger ones. Let them figure out how to deal with this situation themselves. He flashed into the space, took a big bowl to the lakeside, and filled it with lake water. Then, he fed them water one by one. After feeding them, he observed their reactions. She could see the energy of the lake water. She watched as the energy gathered on everyone's head. Lin Xiao guessed that they were shaken by the sound. Actually, there was another reason why Lin Xiao wanted to wake them up. It was the main reason. She wanted to ask these people if they had heard of the names Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao, Huang Mai, and Cheng Wang Yu. This was because Lin Xiao knew that they appeared here from the southern base because the closest geographical location was Pluto's base in the south. Now, it was time to see if these people could wake up. Qiu Lily stood for a while and saw that Lin Xiao was busy checking the situation of those people and feeding them water. She walked over and pulled Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked back at her in confusion, not knowing what she wanted to say. Qiu Lily made a gesture of writing to her. Lin Xiao immediately took out a notebook and a pen and gave it to her. Qiu Lily took the pen and paper and began to write, "Even if you save them, they won't appreciate it. They will still kill you and me." Lin Xiao took the words she wrote and pondered over her meaning. It seemed that this child had helped people before. Later, those people found out that she was a zombie, so they were afraid that she would spread the virus to them. They probably wanted to kill her. She didn't know if it was because they were too close, or because Qiu Lily's emotions were fluctuating too much. Lin Xiao could feel the pain of being abandoned and hurt. Lin Xiao sighed and wrote on the paper, "It's okay, I don't want them to accept me. It's just that if we can ask them about a few people, saving them this time won't be in vain. If they bite the hand that feeds them, we can leave. Anyway, even if they fight, the 2 of them won't lose. Why worry so much?" That was what Lin Xiao thought. After Qiu Lily read it, she was silent for a while. She walked to the window and stood on the frame to look at the post-apocalyptic scenery outside. Lin Xiao looked at her profile and didn't say anything. She turned around and walked to the bed. She began to search the men's bodies. She was lacking a pair of sunglasses and didn't know if these people had it. If they did, she wouldn't borrow it. She would just treat it as her repayment for helping them this time. Her request wasn't high at all. So, she didn't hesitate to search these people's bodies. She didn't expect to find it on Du Yuanxing's waist. She actually had it. She was pleasantly surprised and took out Du Yuanxing's sunglasses. Then she put them on herself. Not bad. Although the sunglasses were black, it didn't affect Lin Xiao's vision, which was originally black and white. After finding the sunglasses, she leaned against the wall and looked at the people on the 2 beds with satisfaction. A few minutes passed, half an hour passed, 1 hour. After waiting for a full 2 hours, Lin Xiao saw Long Qingying's eyebrows twitch. She woke up. Long Qingying frowned. After opening her eyes, she held her forehead and sat up. Only then did she notice the unfamiliar environment around her. She immediately looked around vigilantly. After looking around, she saw Lin Xiao, who was standing less than 2 meters away. There was also a girl in a white dress in the living room on the other side. After seeing these 2 zombies, She subconsciously wanted to pull out her knife. But when she touched her waist, she touched empty air. Only then did she realize that she had been lying here just now. If they wanted to harm her, they would have done it long ago. Long Qingying hurriedly checked her body's condition and found that there was no problem. Then she looked at the others. Lin Qiao quietly looked at her reaction. After temporarily confirming that everyone was fine, Long Qingying turned to look at Lin Qiao again. Chapter 106. Looking at the sunglasses on Lin Qiao's face, Long Qingying silently turned her head to look at Du Yuanxing. Then she turned back to look at Lin Qiao, and asked tentatively, "You saved us?" Long Qingying still remembered that before she fainted, the short big-headed zombie had already attacked them before they could react. At that time, although she had realized the danger, she couldn't react in time. But at that time, she seemed to have seen a hand blocking the zombie in time, stabbing into the big-headed zombie's head very precisely, fiercely, and accurately. Then the big-headed zombie let out a scream, and they all fainted from the shock. Long Qingying looked around, and found that this should be a hotel room. The decorations and furnishings were all the same as in a hotel. Messy, dusty, everywhere. All of which showed that no one had been here before. The reason why Long Qingying could speak like this was also because of Lin Qiao's previous actions. Since they could communicate, of course they could talk things out. Lin Qiao indifferently nodded to her. Long Qingying looked at the sunglasses on her face, and asked in confusion, "You are a zombie, but why do you can understand our words, right, and even save us? Are you really a zombie?" Lin Qiao directly showed her claws. Long Qingying, "Then why did you save us? Shouldn't you eat us? Don't zombies all eat people?" Lin Qiao took the paper, and patiently wrote, "I am a zombie, but I am different from ordinary zombies. I don't need to eat people. I saved you because I want to ask you about a few people." After writing, Lin Qiao took the paper closer to her. Long Qingying subconsciously took a step back. Even if this zombie didn't show any hostility, she didn't dare to let it get close. They were virus carriers, too dangerous. Seeing her move back, Lin Qiao stopped. She could only step back, tear the paper, and crumple it into a ball. Then she threw it at her. Long Qingying caught it, and opened it to look. She looked up at Lin Qiao. "You are really different from other zombies. Who do you want to ask about?" Just as Lin Qiao was about to write down the names of her mother, brother, and younger siblings, Du Yuanxing woke up. Tilde 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 his tilde 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 he grunted in discomfort, then took in a deep breath. Then, he sat up on the bed with his face tightly wrinkled. "How did I come back? This is... Oh, my glasses." Du Yuanxing supported his head and sat up. He first looked around blankly. At first glance, he saw Lin Qiao standing next to him with sunglasses on, so he immediately recognized them as his own glasses. He touched the pocket on his waist, and sure enough, it was empty. Lin Qiao looked at him and smiled. She grinned at him and bared her sharp white teeth. Well, there was no other way. After she became a zombie, her mouth became like this if she was not careful. Seeing her white teeth, Du Yuanxing felt an indescribable chill in his heart. He silently moved his gaze away from Lin Qiao's face and looked at Long Qingying. Long Qingying stood up and moved towards Du Yuanxing on the other bed. "What's the situation? Why are we here?" Du Yuanxing saw that she was next to him and also stood up. He asked in a low voice, "Didn't you see? He saved us." Long Qingying stared straight at Lin Qiao and replied in a low voice. Du Yuanxing couldn't understand, and asked with a confused face, "Is he a zombie or a human? Why would he save us?" Long Qingying faintly rolled her eyes at him. He had already admitted that he was a zombie, and now he still asked if it was a bit stupid. Zombie. Saving us also has a request. Asking for information was a request. What request? Do you want to keep us alive and eat us one by one? Du Yuanxing couldn't help but say. TSK tilde Lin Qiao rolled her eyes and couldn't help but make a TSK sound. She inexplicably felt that this man's IQ was a bit low. Long Qingying, she felt that Du Yuanxing might have just woken up and his IQ wasn't up yet. So she didn't reply to him and looked at Lin Qiao. Who do you want to ask about? Hearing Long Qingying's words, Du Yuanxing finally understood that the zombie's request was to ask about people. After letting out a sigh of relief, Du Yuanxing then thought of checking his body's condition. When leaving the base, the thing they were most afraid of was being infected by zombies. Just a little bit and it would be over. So they definitely couldn't let the possibility of being infected happen. For example, being bitten or scratched by zombies, accidentally eating mutated plants, or being attacked by zombie beasts. After looking left and right at his body, he didn't find anything strange. Apart from the slight dull pain in his head, there was nothing wrong. At this time, Lin Xiao took out a pen and wrote, "Have you heard of Lin Feng, Huang Mai, Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao?" He threw the paper over again. Long Qingying caught the paper and continued to open it. At this time, Du Yuanxing also came over to take a look. Then their expressions changed slightly, and then they looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Du Yuanxing opened his mouth and asked, "You know them? Why are you looking for them?" Lin Xiao nodded. Of course she knew them, they were all her family. Although her appearance had changed, becoming a different person. But her feelings hadn't changed. Of course she wanted to find them to know their current situation, and their current living conditions. But hearing Du Yuanxing's tone, she keenly sensed the vigilance of the other party. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them in confusion. Their expressions had already told her. They knew their own family. But what was with the vigilance and wariness in their eyes? It was a display of a sense of protection. Not only did they know Lin Feng and the others, but they also seemed to be protecting them. Lin Xiao felt that the two's behavior was a bit strange. Her own brother, she knew that he wasn't weak. Even if he wasn't a psychic, he wouldn't have a hard time in this post-apocalyptic world. Because her brother was a battalion commander in another unit. He was a veteran soldier who was even more experienced than her. So even if it was to protect herself and her family, it wasn't a problem. But from the expressions of the two people, she could feel that Lin Feng and the others' situation wasn't good. Because the vigilance of the two people in front of her was too strong. It was as if they felt that she would be disadvantageous to them. No, the vigilance of the two people wasn't directed at her. It was directed at a lot of people. Could it be that Lin Feng and the others had encountered some trouble in the base? Lin Xiao felt a lot of things from the expressions and emotions of the two people. Not only because of her judgment as a soldier, but also because she could now sense the thoughts of others. This ability had increased again. "Can you tell us your relationship with Lin Feng?" Long Qingying frowned and asked. Chapter 107. Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows and wrote on the paper, "He and I used to be friends and subordinates." She felt that these two people might know Lin Feng, but she didn't know if they knew that Lin Feng had a sister called Lin Xiao. So she didn't tell them her name and relationship. So she lied and said that she was Lin Feng's friend and subordinate. She just wanted to show some concern for her former friend and superior. That was reasonable. Long Qingying looked at the paper, then looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Used to? Was it before you became a zombie?" Lin Xiao nodded. Du Yuanxing then said, "It's hard for us to believe you now." Lin Xiao crossed her arms in front of her chest, not caring about their current rejection. She just nodded in agreement to Du Yuanxing's words. If it was her, she also wouldn't easily believe a stranger that suddenly appeared. Bah, a strange zombie. She continued to write on the paper, "You can choose not to believe me. But I can use this to exchange for information about them." Saying that, she took out the zombie core from her pocket. Originally, she wanted to use this zombie core to heal in the center of the lake. Maybe if she used it again, the scars on her face would be healed. Seeing the blue zombie core in her hand, Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing's eyes lit up. This color represented a level 4 zombie core. This could be exchanged for a lot of food and water in the base. Moreover, this was also the reason why they came here. Lin Xiao rolled the zombie core and paper together and threw it over. It was caught by Long Qingying. Du Yuanxing's eyes were fixed on the zombie core in Long Qingying's hand, as if nothing else mattered. Long Qingying reached out to stop him, and said to Lin Xiao, "How do we know that you won't harm them after getting the information? If you want to deal with them, Then we can't sell the information to you. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled up, and she faintly smiled, then wrote another sentence and threw it over. You don't have to say. But I could go and ask the others. But I have to take this zombie core back. It didn't matter if the transaction didn't go through, she could continue looking for the next one. Anyway, she already knew from these two's reaction that Lin Feng's reputation wasn't small. This way, it would be much easier to inquire further. Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing looked at each other, and their hearts sank. The other party was right. They just had to find another group of people. He could also find out what was happening to Lin Feng and the others. At that time, if this zombie had any purpose, then they would not be able to stop it. Even now, he couldn't stop it. Because it was obvious that they couldn't beat him. Lin Xiao sensed the emotional changes of these two people, although he could not accurately sense their thoughts. However, she could guess some of their thoughts from their emotions. She thought that her ability to perceive other people's inner thoughts had improved, but why didn't it seem to have much effect on these two people in front of her? Was it because they were all rank 5 arcanists, and their vigilance was too strong? Was that why she couldn't sense it? Only then did Du Yuanxing move his eyes away from the corpse core. He looked at Lin Xiao and said, Lin Feng and the others have been good to us, so if you're looking for him because you want to harm him, then don't blame me. We can't tell you anything about him. At the very least, you have to show us evidence that will convince us that you won't use it against him. Lin Xiao thought about it. How could she prove it? She had no way to prove it. Even with the rank 4 corpse core, they still couldn't let their guard down. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to get the information this time. Since that was the case, she could only use the worst method. She took the paper and wrote, since we can't make a deal, then we can only do this for now. Please return the corpse core to me, I can go and ask others about it. Saving you this time was just a matter of convenience. No need to thank me. Then she tossed the note at them again and held out her hand to them. Holding the corpse core in her hand, Long Qingying looked back at Du Yuanxing. She couldn't make up her mind. Because she didn't trust this zombie, she didn't intend to tell this zombie about Lin Feng and the others. However, the fate of the corpse core wasn't something she could decide right now. After all, she had already received the payment, and now she was just doing something for them. The only person who could make the decision was Du Yuanxing, the team leader. At this time, Du Yuanxing snatched the corpse core from her hand and held it in his hand to stare at it. He raised his head to look at Lin Xiao, then looked at Long Qingying. His eyes were fluctuating, and his expression was one of struggle. But his hand was tightly holding onto the corpse core. Lin Xiao didn't rush him, and let him do his own mental work. Du Yuanxing hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and his expression became firm. He said to Lin Xiao, we can only tell you that they are not in the Netherworld King's base. Other than the leader, the others are still alive. That should be enough. Du Yuanxing. Seeing that Du Yuanxing actually revealed the information about Lin Feng and the others for the corpse core, Long Qingying's expression turned cold, and she stared at him. However, Du Yuanxing didn't respond to her, but stared at Lin Xiao. Although he wanted to see Lin Xiao's eyes, he could only see the sunglasses he wore before. Lin Xiao nodded, she didn't feel any traces of Du Yuanxing lying. Although the information wasn't very detailed, it was enough. She could verify and gather other information herself. Thinking of this, she directly turned around and walked to Qiu Lily's side. She lightly patted her, then walked out the door. Qiu Lily turned back to look at her, then looked at Du Yuanxing and the others who were still lying unconscious on the 2 beds. Only then did he jump out of the window beside him, disappearing in a flash. Lin Xiao only turned back to look, then continued to walk towards the door, unlocked the door, and walked out. People with Qinggong all liked to fly out from the window. Just like in ancient times, actually, when Lin Xiao threw out the corpse core, she didn't think of taking it back. She just wanted to trick Du Yuanxing. Just these 2 people protecting her brother and the others, and giving them the corpse core. It wasn't much. Seeing Lin Xiao and the 2 zombies leave so cleanly, Du Yuanxing was slightly stunned. Only then did he react, looking at Lin Xiao's straight back. Not to mention, looking from behind. He really looked like a person, and not a zombie. For this corpse core, you're going to betray the leader's family? Long Qingying said after seeing Lin Qiao's figure disappear into the distance. Du Yuanxing's expression also darkened, and he replied, "Don't say such ugly words. I didn't betray the leader and the others. I just said that they're not in the base anymore, and this zombie can go ask around. He will also know about this, everyone knows anyway. Even if we don't say it now, this corpse core will still be given to others. Why can't I keep it? Do you know how many days this corpse core can be exchanged for food to feed all of us?" What he said was very reasonable, and Long Qingying was momentarily stifled. She could only stare at him silently. Chapter 108. Du Yuanxing sighed. "Why are you in such a hurry? I don't think it has any bad intentions, otherwise it wouldn't be so polite to us. It even gave us a zombie core. This corpse core could also increase its strength by a lot. Besides, I didn't tell it where the leader went, so let it find it itself." Long Qingying was angry and didn't want to talk to him. She just snorted. Du Yuanxing looked at the door and sighed. It's only been 5 years since the apocalypse, and these zombies have already become spirits. If these two are in the base, won't they destroy the whole base? Long Qingying said, "If you're afraid it will destroy the base, you can go and kill it now." Du Yuanxing shrugged. "I don't have that ability. Besides, why do we have to say that it will destroy the human base? Maybe it can cooperate with humans. Just like us now." Long Qingying glanced at him and said, "Do you think that's possible?" Du Yuanxing thought for a while and said, "Why not? The human base is currently lacking in resources. If these zombies can bring back some clothes from the zombie city to trade with us, it would be great." Long Qingying glanced at him and said, "What can we use to trade with zombies?" "Human flesh." Du Yuanxing was speechless. It seemed that they really had nothing to give to zombies, except for the living. He sighed and said, "I don't know how Lin Feng and the others are doing." Fortunately, the leader had already planned to let Lin Yu and the others go to the base first. If they can successfully escape, there will be a place to receive them. Long Qingying walked to the window and looked outside. She didn't answer him, but said, "When they wake up, we can go back." Du Yuanxing looked at the others. They were all unconscious. He looked at Lin Qiao closing the door, then walked over. He watched Lin Qiao close the door before he walked over. "Since we've got the zombie core, we can go back. If we don't have the zombie core of the wind-type zombie, we can use the zombie core of the big head zombie. If he didn't have the core of the wind zombie, then the big head zombie's core would be fine. Although it's just a level 4 zombie, it's a rare spirit type. However, it is a rare spiritual type, and can be exchanged for quite a lot of food." Du Yuanxing looked at the corpse core in his hand and said, "Why isn't the wind zombie here?" Long Qingying asked curiously. "I don't know either." This was indeed the territory of another wind-type zombie, but this time there was a level 4 spirit-type zombie and 2 strange zombies with unknown levels and abilities. "That wind-type monster has probably already been killed," Du Yuanxing replied after thinking for a while. Long Qingying nodded. The two of them made up their minds and stayed in the room to guard it. At this time, Du Yuanxing saw that there was a window that was not closed. He immediately walked over and closed it. This was to prevent level 2 or 3 zombies from sneaking in. However, the two of them didn't know that after Lin Qiao went out just now. Then, he climbed back through the window. Of course, she was invisible. Hence, she had heard the conversation between Du Yuanxing and Li Ruolan in the room. Lin Qiao heard it. He understood a little but didn't quite understand. She got a few pieces of information. She didn't expect that her older brother would go to City B. And he wasn't alone. Did they bring their families along? Her older brother seemed to be being chased by someone and his current situation was unknown. Hence, Du Yuanxing said that if they could successfully escape, there would be a place to receive them when they reached City B. This meant that there was still no news of them successfully escaping. Then who was it that was chasing after her older brother? The last one was that one of their family members seemed to have become a leader. Was it from Hade's base? Then who was it? Lin Qiao felt that these pieces of information were very important. If one of her family members became a leader, it meant that he was very strong. Without a strong ability, no one could become a leader. But he was already a leader, how could he be killed? However, her brother was now running away to City B with his men. Such a long journey, and they had to constantly pass through dangerous zombie hordes. Just how strong was the enemy that they couldn't even hold on with the backing of a leader? Moreover, she didn't hear any news about the leader from the two of them. This leader, who was it? Lin Xiao, who was invisible at the side, was thinking about all kinds of questions. However, the two of them didn't continue talking at this time. Instead, they were patiently checking on their companions who were still unconscious. When they woke up, they would probably leave this place. Lin Xiao was a little anxious. She wanted to know what was going on with her older brother. Mom, Wen, Ah Hao, sister-in-law, and Xiao Lu. However, these two people were too guarded against her. She couldn't just show herself and ask them. And the strange thing was that she happened to be coming from City B. Why didn't she meet Lin Feng and the others on the way? Could it be that she and Lin Feng were on different routes? Then she still couldn't figure out the route Lin Feng took. And now that he was escaping, he must have chosen a hidden route. He had to hide from the pursuers. While Lin Xiao was anxious, she could only temporarily endure. While Du Yuanxing and the other person were idly waiting for their companion to wake up, another convoy came in this direction. Moreover, the other party had two vehicles, both of which were military vehicles. They were all heavily armored vehicles that could crush hundreds and thousands of ordinary zombies. Commander, my information can't be wrong. That Long Qingying secretly followed Du Yuanxing and the others here. I already knew that there was a level 4 wind-type zombie here. Du Yuanxing definitely couldn't deal with it alone. That's why I asked for Long Qingying's help. My mission this time was to kill Long Qingying. It doesn't matter if it's a level 4 wind-type zombie or Du Yuanxing. Long Qingying dared to secretly help Lin Wenwen and the others. That means she's going against us. Everyone who has objections to the new base and secretly helped Lin Feng and the others. They are all people we have to deal with. Keeping them alive will only be detrimental to the new base. Yes. I know. That's why I immediately reported Long Qingying's whereabouts to you. Look at how sincere I am towards the new base. That's enough. You've shown your sincerity. The new base won't mistreat the survivors who chose to stay. Deputy Leader Yang chased after Lin Feng this time. I don't know if he can successfully kill Lin Feng and the others. And those two women, they used to be so high and mighty in the base. This time they're going to fall into Deputy Leader Yang's hands. What Deputy Leader? Oh, it's Leader Yang. Leader Yang, at least you know what's good for you. He can definitely successfully catch up to Lin Feng. And this time there's another level 6 metahuman beside him. I don't believe that our new leader can't kill Lin Feng and the others. Chapter 109. The two cars stopped about a kilometer away from where Du Yuanxing and the others were. No one got out of the car, but there were people talking into a walkie-talkie. Take some people down to investigate their situation. Remember, be hidden. Don't alert them and let them escape. Roger. Go. Yes. At this time, Du Yuanxing and the other two who were arranged by Lin Xiao in the hotel room still didn't know that the enemy was quietly rushing towards them. They were currently waiting for their 7 companions to wake up. Not long after, a small group of soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms and carrying silenced rifles appeared. They were hiding on the side of the road, looking for something in the surroundings. When they encountered zombies that they couldn't avoid, they would use the silenced rifles to directly explode their heads. They quickly found the place where Lin Xiao and Du Yuanxing and the others had left. Because there were a lot of newly killed zombie corpses along the way, they quickly found their way over. Then they checked the surrounding situation and identified the zombie corpses on the ground. They also checked the corpse of the large head zombie that Lin Xiao had killed with a single claw attack. This is only a level 4 spirit type. The captain of the small group of soldiers pointed at the large head zombie's corpse and said, "Captain, how do you know this is a level 4 spirit type?" The soldier on the side also looked at the zombie curiously and asked in puzzlement. I've heard others say that it's a high-level spirit-type zombie. They all have big heads and short stature. Look at its head and body, it should be a combination of two zombies. I heard that this type of zombie's movement ability isn't strong. They all rely on their ability to attack from a distance. After making the target temporarily lose its attack power, they will rush out and bite it to death before eating it. But this type of spirit-type zombie is very rare. The zombie core is also very precious. Then this was killed by Du Yuanxing and the others? Heh! Didn't they say that their target was a wind-type zombie? How did it become a spirit-type zombie now? There should be a change in the situation. Looks like they already got the zombie core. Maybe the level 4 wind-type zombie had already been killed by the spirit-type zombie and its zombie core was eaten by the spirit-type zombie. Otherwise, it's impossible for two high-level zombies to appear in one place. So it's like that. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and find out where they went. The mission is more important. Got it. After analyzing the situation, the squad of soldiers continued to search for clues in the surroundings. Since they had already confirmed the whereabouts of Du Yuanxing and the others, they should be nearby. Du Yuanxing and Qiu Lili didn't notice that someone was slowly approaching them, but Lin Qiao, who was hiding in the house, and Qiu Lili, who was hiding on the rooftop, smelled the scent of another group of living people. Needless to say, only the two zombies could detect the smell of humans so quickly. He could hide his aura, but he couldn't hide his scent no matter what. In addition, Lin Qiao's nose was much more sensitive than a dog's. Even if he closed the window, he would not be able to detect it. She could still sense it. Lin Qiao lifted his nose and gently moved to the side of the window. He stuck his nose into the crack of the window and sniffed. She frowned, not knowing who these people were. She had left Du Yuanxing's car downstairs, leaving it for them to use when they woke up. But now, it wouldn't be long before someone found out. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the scent and aura to come over. At this time, Du Yuanxing didn't know that someone was approaching. Looking at Long Qingying's gloomy expression, he suddenly couldn't help but say, I know you have a good relationship with the leader's sister, but since you care so much about her, why don't you go with them? Your strength isn't low, it would be good to have a helper on the road, right? Long Qingying only raised her head and glanced at him, then shifted her gaze to a certain corner of the wall. She didn't say anything. In fact, she had planned to leave with them, but Lin Wenwen didn't let her follow. It was too dangerous, and he didn't want her to get involved. Du Yuanxing thought for a moment and said, could it be that Lin Wenwen didn't let you go? Because there are too many people in the enemy's army, and they are all very strong. I heard that there's a rank 6 expert from the Earth Dragon base, plus that young Jianhua, there are 2 rank 6 paranormals chasing after them. You guys have such a good relationship, is she afraid of getting you involved? Hearing Lin Wenwen's name, Lin Qiao, who was standing by the window, suddenly turned to look at the two. The leader's sister? Lin Wenwen? Wasn't Lin Wenwen her little sister? If she was with Lin Feng, then it had to be her younger sister. But Du Yuanxing said that Lin Feng was the leader, but he didn't mention the leader's name. Who was the leader? And Lin Wenwen was the third child in her family, so she could only be the little sister of 2 people. That was herself and Lin Feng. Moreover, she didn't know this woman. Was it a friend her little sister made after the apocalypse? They said that Lin Wenwen was the leader's little sister, but Lin Feng wasn't the leader. Then, Lin Qiao suddenly wanted to know, in this Netherworld King's base, was there another person called Lin Qiao? Was there another person called Lin Qiao? Was she the leader who seemed to have been killed? Du Yuanxing said before that in Lin Feng's family, other than the leader, everyone else was alive. Then she should have asked who the leader was, and why he died. Moreover, the woman with the ponytail also said that Du Yuanxing betrayed the leader's family for the rank 4 zombie core. She was also referring to Lin Feng and the rest. So, who was this leader? Was it really like what she thought, another Lin Qiao? Another her? Lin Qiao stayed here and eavesdropped on their conversation, getting more and more information, but also more and more questions in her heart. She already knew that Lin Feng and the rest escaped towards the direction of the city. If she chased after them now, maybe she could catch up to them soon. If finding Lin Feng wasn't easy, then finding the large group that Du Yuanxing said was chasing after them should be easy. Once she found them, it would be easy to find Lin Feng and the rest. But now she wanted to know who this leader was, whether it was another Lin Qiao. This thought made her feel very strange. She felt that this was very important, but her family on the other side was also very important. She had to make a choice as soon as possible. Maybe she should show herself again and ask them clearly. At this time, the suspicious people outside seemed to have discovered them. They had already started to secretly surround and approach this side. Long Qingying didn't respond to Du Yuanxing's words. And at this time, another person lying on the bed woke up. My head hurts. This. Where is this? Leader, why are we in this? It seems to be a hotel suite. Cai Hongqing, who had just woken up, also sat up with a headache. Then, after looking around, he opened his mouth and said. Chapter 110. As soon as he woke up, he found himself lying in a room with the windows closed, surrounded by his own people. Cai Hongqing wasn't as nervous as before. He shook his head and asked the two people standing beside him. You're awake. How do you feel? Is there still a dull pain in your head? Du Yuanxing watched him sit up, then asked. After being asked, Cai Hongqing felt that it was just as he said. He paused, then nodded, yes. Is everyone unconscious? Saying that, he looked at the people who were still lying motionless. Du Yuanxing breathed a sigh of relief. That's okay, you'll be fine after a while. Cai Hongqing looked around, and found that he was in a hotel suite. Suddenly he asked, Did you bring us here? You didn't faint. Apart from these two, everyone else had fainted. Cai Hongqing thought that they were the ones who brought everyone here. But how did the two of them manage to bring the 7 of them here after avoiding so many zombies? Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying both shook their heads. No, I also fainted. When I woke up, she woke up first. Du Yuanxing said as he looked at Long Qingying. Long Qingying looked at him, but didn't say anything. Both of them knew that it was the 2 zombies that brought them here. As for how they brought so many of them here, they didn't know. That was their ability, they didn't know. Even you fainted, Captain. Don't tell me even you. Cai Hongqing looked at Du Yuanxing in surprise, then looked at Long Qingying. They didn't think that the mental zombie scream would be so terrifying that it could wipe out their entire team. Was the zombie with the big head killed by the one with the writing? I remember that it appeared at the last moment, and stopped the big head zombie from rushing towards us. Thinking of the big head zombie's sound wave attack, Cai Hongqing already remembered the scene when it rushed towards them. But they all saw it, at the last moment. Fortunately, the zombie that could write blocked it. After that, they didn't know anything. Just as he finished speaking, Long Qingying's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes flashed as she turned around and walked to the window. With a vigilant expression, he stuck his eyes to the crack on the window and looked out. Then, he stuck his ears to the window to listen for something. What's wrong? Du Yuanxing and the other man were slightly stunned by her actions and asked in confusion. Long Qingying frowned slightly and said seriously, It seems like someone is coming this way. There are about 20 people. Hearing her say this, Du Yuanxing and Du Yuanxing's expressions immediately became serious. The two of them were on full alert. Cai Hongqing immediately stood up from the bed and stared at Long Qingying. Long Qingying sensed it carefully before turning around and nodding at the two of them. They're indeed coming for us. They're not far from us. Hurry up and wake them up. As soon as she spoke, Du Yuanxing and the other two immediately turned around and moved closer to the other people on the bed. Then, he slapped his face and shook his shoulders, calling for help. Wake up, wake up. Perhaps it was because everyone had recovered from the spirit-type zombies' attack. After being shaken by Du Yuanxing and Cai Hongqing, everyone quickly woke up. Only 2 of them couldn't wake up no matter what. What's going on? This is, My head hurts. Zombies. The spirit-type zombie is coming. The people who had just woken up were all confused and didn't know what was going on. One of them still had the scene of being attacked by the spirit-type zombie before he fainted. As soon as he woke up, he waved his hands and shouted, "What zombies? There are no zombies here now, wake up." Du Yuanxing used his hand to press on the person's head and said angrily, "Ah, there are no zombies here. Ian, where are we? Don't worry about where we are, there are people rushing towards us. They probably won't be too friendly. Hurry up and get ready." Du Yuanxing shouted at the people who still didn't know what was going on. As soon as he shouted, everyone immediately became alert. They immediately looked around and quickly made a judgment in their minds. Long Qingying looked, and sure enough, after a while, she saw some shadows moving in the dark. They spread out and surrounded them in the direction they were in. Because this was the territory of the spirit-type zombies, there were basically no zombies here. Even the ones controlled by the spirit-type zombie just now wouldn't be able to wander here so quickly. Moreover, when Lin Qiao brought them here, he put them in the space. They didn't leave the smell of living people in the air. Those zombies also didn't know that there were a few people hiding here. But Long Qingying looked outside the building not far away, and saw those agile shadows sneaking towards them. Behind them, there was also a group of zombies following their smell. After clearly seeing those people's clothes, Long Qingying's heart sank. "It's the base's army, this team should be here to scout," she said. "Army? Why would the base's army come for us? We come out to kill zombies, we are free, it's not like we have anything to do with them." Long Qingying looked outside and didn't reply. "They might not necessarily be coming for us," someone suddenly said. Everyone immediately glanced at Long Qingying and immediately understood in their hearts. "That's right, they should be here for you," Du Yuanxing also said. He walked to another window and looked outside through the crack. At this time, Long Qingying noticed that the people outside had stopped moving forward. They quietly stopped 20 to 30 meters away from here and hid in various positions. It seemed like they didn't intend to rush over and fight them. Why did they stop? Du Yuanxing also noticed the army team outside. "They are here to scout, stopping means that they have found our position. They are currently informing the officers behind us for instructions," Long Qingying said lightly. Du Yuanxing looked at her, and suddenly said, "If they are really here for us, then their target should be you. Why don't you take this opportunity to leave? With your strength, they won't be able to stop you from leaving. Wait a little longer, there will probably be more powerful psychics appearing." Long Qingying looked back at him and said, "Are you so sure? Aren't they people brought by the traitor before you? If it is him, even if I leave now, these people probably won't let you go. These people probably won't let you off either. Especially now that you have a level 4 zombie core." Du Yuanxing was speechless because Long Qingying was right. There was a high chance of that happening. Originally, Long Qingying was also a battle force that they had invited. Now, Long Qingying left. It was also very disadvantageous to them. Chapter 111. Captain, Long Qingying is right. It must have been that bastard who brought these people here so quickly. Otherwise, how could they be so fast? We just arrived not long ago. Did they arrive so soon after? With Long Qingying's reminder, everyone felt that the possibility was even higher. Then what do we do now? Maybe they don't know that we have a level 4 zombie core in our hands. Du Yuanxing said with a little hope in his heart. A level 4 zombie core was already a large pile of food. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was the best wealth. However, in this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, there were no rules or laws. The strong were the law, the weak were prey to the strong. Because only the strong could survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Therefore, when you had a precious zombie core that could be exchanged for a large pile of food, it was normal to be coveted by others. In the post-apocalyptic world, all kinds of robberies and murders were very common among the zombie hunting teams. When they came out to hunt zombies, they had to be careful not to be attacked by other zombie hunting teams. If it was only between the zombie hunting teams, there might be a way out. After all, sometimes people would not really kill each other. As long as they knew what was good for them and handed over the zombie core, there was still a way out. But if they were robbed by the base's army, there was only a road to death. As for the reason, think about it yourself. More importantly, the current Hades King's base's owner had changed half. It was a time of chaos, fishing in troubled waters. This was the skill that humans were best at. Long Qingying heard his words and shook her head. Don't lie to yourself, that level 4 zombie's body is outside. As long as their people find out, what do you think they will think? We are the only ones who came here and killed the level 4 zombie. Du Yuanxing sighed. Everyone's face darkened, with some despair and fierceness. There was no other way. As long as they left the base, they would fight for their lives. They came out to fight for their lives, and the danger was not only from the zombies. Therefore, when faced with this situation, everyone quickly accepted it. Especially since they hadn't fully recovered their fighting strength, and 2 of them were still unconscious, they needed 2 more people to take care of them. Long Qingying said, now that they haven't made a move, let's quickly retreat. Maybe we still have a chance to escape. Then let's hurry up and take action. Du Yuanxing was not a person who dilly-dallied. Right now, he could only act first to gain the upper hand. As soon as he spoke, the others immediately turned around and let 2 of the stronger ones carry the 2 unconscious companions. Du Yuanxing and Cai Hongqing picked up the rifles on their backs and raised them in their hands. Their expressions became fierce. Long Qingying's saber had never left her hand. Lin Qiao did not leave her knife at the place where the zombie corpses were piled up. This made her feel slightly grateful to Lin Qiao, although she was still on guard against her. But his opinion had softened a little. As soon as everyone moved, Long Qingying immediately walked to the door with a knife in her hand. He gently opened the door and cautiously peeked outside. After confirming that there was no danger, he took the lead and walked out. She held the knife at her side with one hand and held it in front of her with the other. Metal objects flew out from the surrounding rooms and melted into a ball in front of her. Then, they turned into simple steel spikes that floated in the air. As Long Qingying moved forward, the steel spikes that floated in the air also floated forward. Behind her were Cai Hongqing and the others. They carried the 2 unconscious people and followed behind Long Qingying. Finally, it was Du Yuanxing who was on guard. This group of people did not realize that the last transparent figure was also quietly moving along with them. But she did not get very close. When Lin Qiao heard their conversation, she had already guessed the situation. Looking at how they looked as if they were facing a great enemy, she knew that the people who came this time were not good people. In a while, there would probably be a battle. But looking at these people's own analysis, the difference in strength and firepower between the 2 sides was very big. So, it seemed like their side had no chance of winning. Lin Qiao quietly passed by them and directly jumped out of the window at the side, then jumped down from the 3rd floor. After landing easily, she was even more certain that her body could now change from a cat to a cheetah. Because she felt that when she jumped down from above, there was no frightening sense of weightlessness. And she could even adjust her posture in midair. Lin Qiao felt that her body's flexibility was becoming more and more useful. And the more she used it, the happier she was. After landing on the ground, before Long Qingying and the others came down, she stealthily approached the people who were hiding in various corners 20 meters away. She did not sense any special ability from the people lurking around, which meant that they were just ordinary people. But it was possible that their own strength was relatively high. And these people's hiding positions were very particular, not far from each other. They could see the situation of their companions around them, and the range of the weapons in their hands was also calculated. This way, even if they were separated, they could still kill the zombies behind their companions. And they were not afraid of zombies pouncing on their back. Lin Qiao only walked around the general position of these people for a while, and understood their formation and role. She did not stay for long, nor did she do anything to these people. She just quietly sneaked in the direction of another group of people behind them, which was more crowded. She did not need to worry about the strength of this side for the time being. With Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing, 2 level 5 paranormals, these non-paranormal reconnaissance teams could only stand guard for now. He could only wait for now. If a fight broke out, it would not be enough for Long Qingying and the others to kill. And from what Long Qingying and the others said, it would affect them. This was the main combat force behind them. Lin Xiao wanted to see how strong this so-called main combat force was. It was enough to make Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing, 2 level 5 paranormals, afraid and desperate. After passing through a few streets, they saw their target less than 300 meters away. 2 heavily armored military vehicles were openly parked in the middle of a square. The vehicles were tightly wrapped in steel and iron sheets, invulnerable. So the claws of ordinary zombies could not do any damage to these iron sheets. The space inside the vehicle was not small, and it could fit 20 to 30 people in one vehicle. When Lin Xiao arrived, she felt that there were not many people here. There were a total of 40 people, and the main thing was, the paranormals here were a little strong. Because there was a paranormal here that even Lin Xiao felt a little pressured from the energy of the paranormal on his body. Lin Xiao felt that he should be a level 6 paranormal. What was a deputy commander level arcanist doing here? Was he just here to kill Long Qingying? Or was it because she had only secretly helped Lin Wenwen and the others, so they needed a level 6 paranormal to deal with her? Chapter 112. Lin Xiao was thinking about the purpose of this strong man, but she didn't stop and quietly sneaked over. She didn't approach immediately, but stopped 10 meters away. She stood there and quietly observed the surroundings of the car. With this observation, she discovered a situation. The surrounding zombies slowly gathered here through the human smell coming out of the car. Lin Xiao sniffed and found that there wasn't a big human smell here. Because the car blocked a lot of people, the smell here was very light. The surrounding zombies could smell it, but not the ones further away. So those zombies blindly wandered over here, only then did they discover the smell of food here. That was why he rushed towards the car. However, he was less than 10 meters away from it. They would be accurately turned around by the muzzle of the car. Other zombies further away would be attracted by the gunshots. So there weren't many zombies gathered here, and they slowly moved over. Looking at the open space more than 10 meters away from the car, there were a lot of zombie corpses lying around. Lin Xiao didn't immediately go over. Looking at the various preparations outside the car, she knew that there were a lot of detectors on it. There were also some high-risk weapons. Probably not only to prevent zombies, but also to prevent people. Lin Xiao wasn't sure if she could block the other party's detector in her current state. As for blocking the detection of a level 6 paranormal, she was confident. After all, she could even hide from Tiny Tot's father, a level 7 paranormal, last time, so it shouldn't be a problem for a level 6 paranormal. She tentatively approached the 2 cars 1 meter at a time, and as she got closer and closer, the 2 cars suddenly stopped. As she walked closer and closer, she didn't hear any alarm sound. Until she was less than 2 meters away from the car, there was still no reaction from the person in the car. Only then did Lin Xiao feel relieved and moved closer. She wanted to touch the car, but she retracted her hand. She didn't know if there were any detectors in the car. What if she touched some alarm? However, when she thought about it again, she realized that she was in invisible mode. Since the other party's detector couldn't detect her existence, even if she touched it now, there was nothing to worry about. Anyway, the other party couldn't see her. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately gently grabbed the protective frame outside the car. When she found that there was no alarm, she used both her hands and feet to flip up. She easily flipped directly to the roof of the car. It couldn't be helped. The protection underneath the car was too thick. From the wheels to the roof, the body of the car was separated by a thick layer of steel frame, and there were also steel spikes that prevented zombies from climbing up. After she nimbly flipped over, she found a flat place to lie on the roof of the car. At this time, Lin Xiao's body was very light, and her movements were not very strong. Therefore, when she moved around on the roof of the car, no one in the car felt anything. She found a spot on the roof with an air vent and listened to the sounds below. The sound from inside the car was not loud, because there was something blocking it. However, Lin Xiao's ears were as strong as his nose, so he couldn't hear the sounds in the car. They could even hear it from the bottom of the carriage. However, the people here didn't speak. They were very quiet and silent. If not for the sound of breathing and the sound of the machine. She thought there was no one down there. If there was no sound, then it wasn't a car with a control panel. Usually, the commanding officers would stay in their cars. Lin Xiao listened for a while but did not hear anything. So she stood up and directly jumped over to another car that was less than 2 meters away. She nimbly landed on the roof of the car. Then she continued to lie down and listen. They are in a hotel building over there. Are you sure? A voice came from below. The tone seemed to be confirming some information with his subordinates. Well, since we have confirmed that they are there, then keep an eye on them. We will go over now. What? A rank 4 psychic arcana? Why didn't you report it earlier? Got it. Did you see any wind ability? No. Okay. Keep an eye on them, don't alert them and let them escape. After saying a few words, the person ended the conversation. He turned to the person next to him and said, "Drive, let's go." Yes. The person on the other side responded, and then the car started to move. It slowly drove towards the direction of the hotel where Du Yuanxing and the others were hiding. Then the person just now seemed to say to the person next to him. They said they found the location. Du Yuanxing and the others are now hiding in a big hotel building not 300 meters away. Another voice replied, "Big hotel? Oh, I remember. It's there. That's right, Captain Hua. You just heard that level 4 spiritual ability is." What? Zombies? The person who just spoke was Hua Wu, who was called Captain Hua. He replied, "Yes." The scouting team said they found the corpse of a level 4 spiritual ability zombie. It was just killed. It should be Du Yuanxing and the others. The second person asked with some anxiety, then, "Did you see the corpse of the wind-type zombie? Did they get rid of the wind element as well?" Hua Wu shook his head and said, "I asked. They said no. They only saw a spiritual-type zombie." Yang Cheng, don't worry. Even if the wind-type zombie isn't in their hands, it should be that the level 4 wind-type zombie ran away. It could be nearby or not too far away. After we get rid of them, it won't be too late to find the wind-type zombie. Yang Cheng could only smile with a hint of unwillingness and replied, "That's right, that's right. We'll do as Captain said. Let's get rid of that woman first." But, why must we kill her? Even if she had a good relationship with Lin Wenwen before, Lin Feng and the others are now stray dogs. We don't even know if they can escape from Leader Yang. Are you afraid that this woman will join them in the future? Hua Wu said with some disdain. What do you know? Do you know what ability Long Qingying has? Yang Cheng replied, "I know, isn't it metal?" Hua Wu said, "Yes, it's metal." Do you know how destructive this metal-type ability is? She can now mobilize the metal within 100 meters of a street in 5 seconds. It can directly destroy a street. Then wait until she reaches level 6, or even level 7. Do you think she will come back to avenge Lin Wenwen and the others? Or after Lin Wenwen and the others escaped from Yang Jianhua, they will find her again. When she's strong enough, how powerful do you think Long Qingying's metal ability will be then? Yang Cheng thought about it and his mind flashed with the image of Long Qingying mobilizing all the metal in the base and using it as her weapon. That scene was too shocking. He couldn't imagine it. Chapter 113. But once a paranormal reached level 5, it would be too difficult to level up. They wouldn't be able to level up by relying on a large number of zombie cores. They could only find higher-level zombie cores to increase their energy. Of course, if they could find the same type of zombie core, then the effect would be even better. For example, Yang Cheng was a level 4 paranormal with the wind element. He was already at the maximum level and would reach level 5 soon, but he didn't have enough energy to level up. Therefore, he was prepared to kill Du Yuanxing and the others for the sake of this level 4 zombie core. As long as he could get this wind element zombie core, he would be able to reach level 5. He would be able to become the team leader himself. Why would he need Du Xuanxing? But it's too difficult to level up after level 5. Could Long Qingying really reach the 6th or 7th level? Impossible. Yang Cheng said. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Don't you understand this principle? Not only Long Qingying, But all the factions that have a good relationship with the Netherflame and the Lin family have to be eradicated. But this isn't something you should be concerned about. You just need to help us find out more information about these people. Huo Wu looked at him and said. Yang Cheng, who was given a slight warning, felt that he had said too much. He immediately replied with a smile, yes, I understand. As long as it's related to the leader of the Netherflame's family, as well as those stubborn subordinates of the leader of the Netherflame, I will report to you. Huo Wu said, if we follow your leader, we will have food and clothing in the future. This is the right path. If it wasn't for the leader of the Netherflame cooperating with our base earlier, wouldn't everyone's lives be better? However, she was unwilling, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This is the result. Yang Cheng looked like he couldn't take it anymore, but he still forced a smile and nodded, yes. But in his heart, he cursed, damn, what cooperation. It sounds so good. Don't you want to merge our base into yours? Do you think our leader is stupid? If we agree to cooperate with you, the base will have to change its name. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm weak now, I wouldn't have to lower my head to you. Lin Qiao listened to their conversation while looking at the direction of the car. She felt a little strange about Yang Cheng's emotional reaction. Despite having negative thoughts in his heart, he still had to put on a smile to please the level 6 ability user. Seeing that Yang Cheng seemed to be very concerned about the Wind-type corpse nucleus, it seemed like he should be the traitor that Du Yuanxing and the others were talking about. However, what that level 6 ability user said was right. Think from the perspective of these people. If Long Qingying continued to grow stronger, she would become a huge problem in the future. It seemed that he should take Long Qingying with him before he left. At that time, he could just ask her directly if he had any questions. He just wanted her to believe that he would not harm her brother and sister. That would be enough. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao immediately stood on the roof of the car and circled the 2 armored cars twice. She appeared on the roof of the car. Beep beep beep. The moment Lin Qiao appeared, the alarms of the 2 cars immediately blared. Lin Qiao acted as if he didn't hear the siren and directly revealed his claws. His movements were extremely fast as he hacked away at the detection antennas, inference heads, receivers, and other equipment on the car. Crack, 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 crack. Then it was chaos in the car. What's with the alarm? Reporting to Captain, the alarm shows that there are zombies around, and it's a high-level zombie. It might be above level 4, and it's very close. Report. The 15-meter virus detector was broken. There's no response from the remaining 10 meters, and report. The human heat source detector is also broken. Reporting. Hearing the reports from his subordinates sitting in front of the equipment, Huo Wu shouted impatiently, all right. I got it. Didn't you hear the sound of destruction from above? You let a high-level zombie get to the roof of the car, but you don't know. What's the use of these detectors? No one in the car dared to make a sound. At this time, his communicator rang. It was the team leader who was scouting ahead. Leader. They seem to have discovered us and are preparing to leave. They've already left towards the east. Huo Wu took the communicator and said, I'm coming over now. Then he tossed the communicator in his hand, turned around, and said, open the door. I'll go out first. Inform the combat team to move out. Yes. After Lin Qiao finished cutting, she directly jumped off the roof of the car and went into stealth mode in midair. As soon as she went into stealth mode, the car door was opened. An average-looking man in his mid-30s, wearing an army green shirt and trousers, leaped out. A dark red flame was thrown out by him, and like a fire dragon, it pounced towards the ordinary zombies around him. Then the fire dragon swept its tail, and the zombies were sent flying in all directions. And the speed at which they were burned was very fast. As soon as they were swept into the air, they were directly burned to ashes. Lin Qiao originally stood on a tree next to them, and she could feel the temperature of the fire, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Because she couldn't feel the temperature, but there was a very uncomfortable feeling in her mouth, nose, and mind. She immediately retreated to the side. Then she saw the man's feet flash, and his whole body turned into a shadow, and he rushed out. Lin Xiao found that the movement speed of these ability users was also very fast. Even if they weren't wind-type ability users, they would still be like a gust of wind when they ran. After the man left, in the car behind, the car that Lin Xiao could only hear the sound of breathing was also opened. A team of fully armed soldiers rushed out with guns in their hands. Then they quickly chased in the direction that the man had left. Lin Xiao increased her running speed, and closely followed behind the man in the military green shirt. He was probably the leader of the team. At this time, Du Yuanxing and the others were already driving the car that Lin Xiao had left upstairs. They drove towards the other side of the street. Long Qingying was still standing on the roof of the car, facing the back of the car. She raised one hand, and in front of her hand, there were dozens of steel thorns floating in midair. As long as the zombies behind came close, the steel thorns in her hand would shoot out. Then there were the humans hiding in the surrounding buildings. As long as they showed themselves, they would be killed. As long as they showed themselves, Long Qingying's attack would also arrive. And it would accurately stab the vital parts of the opponent's body. Absolutely no mercy. Not long after they drove out, the temperature around them suddenly rose. Boom tilde, a huge fire dragon suddenly jumped out from the side. It directly pounced towards the car of Du Yuanxing and the others. Chapter 114. It's Huowu. Earth Dragon's Huowu. Cai Hongqing exclaimed, then quickly turned the steering wheel. He quickly made a turn and dodged the fire dragon's attack. Huowu missed, then quickly rose into the air. Turning around, it continued to charge at them. Scree. Cai Hongqing didn't have time to drive the car away before it was pushed to the side by the dragon. It almost caused him to crash into a wall. When the car stopped, Huowu didn't continue to charge. Instead, it flapped around in circles above them. Don't even think about leaving today. Be good and hand over Long Qingying and the level 4 spiritual zombie core. That way I'll let you die a quick death. A man's voice sounded. Du Yuanxing rushed out of the car, blocking the way. Long Qingying jumped down from the roof and walked to his side. While looking at the man who spoke, he used his steel spear to kill the zombies that swayed around him. Huowu, you earth dragon scum. Sooner or later, you'll die at Lin Feng's hands. Don't think that just because you've allied with the other two bases to attack us, you'll be able to unify the country. Dream on. That sissy leader of yours sells his chrysanthemums to hook up with the men from Skyfire and Songyun. He's just a helper. Du Yuanxing glared at Huowu and sneered. He wasn't afraid of Huowu. Huowu sneered back at him. Chemph. If it weren't for your vice leader's betrayal, our leader wouldn't have succeeded. At the end of the day, it's all your people's fault. We're just helping to push things along. He didn't refute Du Yuanxing's words, but instead brought up another matter. Du Yuanxing wasn't wrong. The leader of Earth Dragon, Long Yubai, was a pretty boy. He was a pretty boy with a pretty face, but his personality was feminine. His discipline was a precious water discipline. Water was a precious resource in the post-apocalyptic world, so he had the protection of others. For example, the leaders of Skyfire and Songyun. She liked his water, his body, and his looks very much. There were fewer women in the post-apocalyptic world, so there were more gay men. Moreover, he did it openly. The two bases in the south only had one leader each. Originally, Long Yubai wanted to build a base with the Nether Flame leader, but the Nether Flame didn't want to work with him. Because the Nether Flame was very powerful, it could support a base by itself. It might be difficult to build a base that could accommodate millions of people, but building a base that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, it was still doable. Therefore, the Netherworld King's base was built by their own people, while the Earth Dragon's base was built by other experts. Long Yubai relied on the cooperation of Yunnan, Sichuan, Tibet, and Southwest Tibet to establish the Earth Dragon base. However, he had been eyeing the Netherworld King's base for the past few years. Therefore, this time, he joined forces with the other two bases and secretly colluded with the Netherworld King's base's deputy leader, Yang Jianhua. They had colluded with each other to topple the leader of the Netherworld King's base. He was betrayed by the person he trusted the most, poisoned, leaked information, etc. When the Nether Flame leader finally reacted, the enemy's army had already arrived. In the end, he used all his strength to draw the strongest experts away. He also used his ability to burn down half of the base, causing such a big commotion. Only then did he reluctantly send his family away. As for himself, he lured 5 rank 7 arcanists away. He went to the cliff by the sea. Everyone only knew the final result of the battle. That place had become a poisonous fire-forbidden zone not long ago. It was said that out of the 5 rank 7 arcanists, 4 returned. Hearing Hua Wu say that it was their own people who did it, Du Yuanxing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It was not good to be betrayed by anyone, but by the person he trusted the most. If he was the leader, he would have vomited blood first. But even if it was not the leader himself, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Their deputy leader had sold his entire base. This was equivalent to betraying the entire base. Moreover, that person had viciously wanted to kill the leader's family, and even wanted to defile the leader's sister. It was simply unscrupulous to describe this person. This was already inhumane. How long do you think that inhumane scum Yang Jianhua can live? This kind of ingrate will be dealt with sooner or later. Therefore, we will live to see his end before we die. Du Yuanxing gritted his teeth and said. His tone was filled with hatred and anger. The others also had angry looks on their faces. Long Qingying's face was filled with killing intent. But her killing intent was not directed at the current Hua Wu, but at the Yang Jianhua that Du Yuanxing spoke of. She did not speak, only looking at him coldly. Hua Wu ignored Du Yuanxing's words, and turned to look at Long Qingying, sizing her up, before saying, "Seeing that you are a woman, why don't you come back with me? When we reach our base, I will discuss with the leader to protect you. I'll let you be my woman, and you'll be able to live." As he spoke, his eyes lit up as he looked at Long Qingying. Although this woman's looks were average, her face was small, and her skin was smooth and clean. She had a cold temperament about her, and her high ponytail hung down to her buttocks as she swayed back and forth. There was a hint of beauty and handsomeness in her coldness, and an indescribable unique temperament. But it was enough to make men's hearts itch. This kind of tough woman, what they wanted the most was to press her down on top of him and ravage her. Thinking about that white and soft body, those slender limbs, and that expression of enduring pain. Right now, they all felt like their blood was boiling. Feeling the green light in Hua Wu's eyes getting more and more obvious, Long Qingying seemed to not feel it. She said coldly, "If you cut off your own head, I can consider letting you kiss my toes." As she spoke, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Hua Wu as if he was a dog. "Ungrateful bitch." Hua Wu's face fell, and he stared at Long Qingying gloomily. "Since you don't know what's good for you, I will let you have a taste of punishment. If you want to learn from your Nether Flame leader, I will accompany you to the end." As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands. Then, he waved his hands. The fire dragon in the sky immediately swooped down towards Long Qingying. The ferocious dragon head, along with a large amount of heat, came crashing down. Long Qingying and the others all subconsciously dodged to the side, just in time to avoid Hua Wu's fire dragon attack. Seeing that they dodged, Hua Wu stood in place and waved his hand again. This time, the fire dragon rushed straight towards Long Qingying, and opened its mouth as if it was going to swallow her. Perhaps knowing that they couldn't escape this time, Long Qingying, Du Yuanxing, and the others didn't show any weakness. Instead, they stubbornly rushed forward. Since they were going to die, they didn't want to die in vain. At the very least, they wanted to make this scum of the Earth Dragon base lose an arm or a leg. Chapter 115. Seeing the fire dragon pouncing towards her, Long Qingying pushed her hands forward. Within 100 meters, all kinds of metal objects, such as steel and alloys, of all sizes, were sent flying from their original positions. They gathered in front of Long Qingying from all directions. Then, they quickly formed a net above their heads. Whoosh tilde bang tilde, the fire dragon pounced down with a roar, bringing with it a scorching hot wind. It fiercely rushed towards Long Qingying's steel net. Bang tilde, with a dull thud, the fire dragon was temporarily blocked by the steel net. Ah! But Long Qingying let out a muffled groan, and her body sank. Both her legs were bent down from the pressure. But she quickly withstood the fire dragon's attack and forced herself to stand up again. But her face was somewhat pale. She clenched her teeth tightly, but a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Quite tenacious, let's see how long you can last. Huowu sneered and waved his hand again. The fire dragon soared into the air again, then flipped over 100 meters in the air. Then, it rushed down again, fiercely rushing towards Long Qingying and the others. As the fire dragon went down, the flames behind it surged towards the dragon's head. The entire dragon's head immediately swelled up, becoming very huge. The dragon opened its mouth wide, and there was a roar of wind and fire. Not good. You can't block it, quickly dodge. Seeing the fire dragon's huge head, Du Yuanxing's expression changed. He pounced towards Long Qingying, grabbed her and threw her to one side, then immediately rolled to the other side. Boom! Just as they rolled to the side, the fire dragon's head smashed into the place where Long Qingying was originally standing. With a loud bang, Long Qingying's condensed steel net was smashed into pieces. Clatter! A large amount of steel fell to the ground. After breaking through Long Qingying's steel net, the fire dragon didn't dissipate. Instead, it fell to the ground, then bounced up again. It continued to form a fire dragon's head. Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying immediately jumped up after rolling to the side, both hands stretched out. Long Qingying's scattered metals immediately converged towards her and quickly melted into sharp arrows. She quickly waved her hand, and the hundreds of arrows immediately shot towards Huowu. Huowu reacted quickly and waved his hand. The fire dragon immediately leapt in front of him. He didn't even have to do anything. He just opened his mouth and swallowed all of the steel arrows that Long Qingying was controlling. A few seconds later, he opened his mouth and vomited again. They were all Long Qingying's steel arrows. However, it had already been melted by the high temperature. At the same time, Du Yuanxing also waved his hands. An electric current as thick as an arm flashed, emitting a magnetic sound like an electric snake. He charged towards Huowu. The distance between them was less than 20 meters, so Du Yuanxing's lightning snake was extended by more than 20 meters. One of the snake's heads charged straight towards Huowu, while the other's tail was still in Du Yuanxing's hands. The lightning snake's speed was also very fast. When the dragon head swallowed Long Qingying's steel arrows, it had already spread to Huowu's feet. At this time, Huowu just waved his hand, and another fire dragon split out from the fire dragon in front of him. It bit towards Du Yuanxing's lightning snake. Poochie, bang! With a loud explosion, Du Yuanxing's lightning snake was blown up and dissipated. The strength of the two sides was now revealed. Huowu's fire dragon was huge and solid, fast, and powerful. Moreover, he could control both dragons to attack at the same time. Although Long Qingying's attacks covered a large area, they weren't very powerful. It was fine against zombies, but against a rank 6 paranormal, it was a bit difficult. Huowu's fire dragon could swallow Long Qingying's steel arrows, and could even bite Du Yuanxing's lightning snake to pieces. It could directly dissipate the attacks of these two people, but his fire dragon and Long Qingying couldn't destroy it. This was the disparity between abilities. Moreover, this wasn't even Huowu's strongest attack. At this time, a few gunshots rang out. Huowu suddenly turned sideways and waved his hand, and the fire dragon that had bitten Du Yuanxing's lightning snake suddenly circled around him. A few bullets that were shot at him were immediately blocked. He turned his head and saw that Cai Hongqing had moved to the other side with the others at some point in time. They were shooting at him from afar. Cai Hongqing's ability was only rank 4, and he had just entered the rank 4 stage. It was a wood ability that didn't have any offensive abilities, and it could only be used in the woods or parks. Only then would his attack have some effect, but it wasn't much. This was because his control wasn't very strong. Therefore, it was more practical to use a gun. He didn't want to cause any damage to Huowu, who was already at rank 6, but he wanted to deliberately disturb him. When Huoyuan turned his head, Long Qingying immediately gritted her teeth. Her hands once again danced towards the surrounding steel. Like two pieces of iron, she sucked the metal over. Then it quickly condensed into a big iron ball, and she threw it up. Then it quickly smashed towards Hua Yuan. The big iron ball wasn't big, with a diameter of about 1.2 meters. But it was very heavy, about 300 to 400 kilograms. Then it smashed down from a high altitude, and the gravity increased by a few times. The iron ball quickly and fiercely rushed towards Hua Wu. When Hua Wu turned his head to look at Cai Hongqing and the others, he was about to wave his hand and control one of the fire dragons to rush over and swallow them. But before he could do anything, he felt Long Qingying's big iron ball smashing towards him. He immediately gave up on dealing with Cai Hongqing and the others who were running away, and immediately turned around and used his hands to support himself in the air. He saw his fire dragon suddenly shrink, and then instantly flashed above his head. Then, it suddenly grew bigger, opened its mouth, and swallowed the iron ball that was about to fall. Then, under Hua Wu's control, the fire dragon suddenly turned around and rushed towards Long Qingying and the others. Halfway through, the dragon opened its mouth, and Long Qingying's iron ball was swallowed. It smashed towards the two of them. Looking at the iron ball that suddenly came at her with such speed and accuracy, Long Qingying was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she wanted to turn around and dodge. But she found that her body wasn't listening to her. Because she had used a large amount of special ability energy to condense the big iron ball, and also to control the movement of the iron ball in the air. At this moment, she was already feeling a little weak, and this directly affected her body's coordination. So it was too late for her to roll to the side. Danger! Dodge! Du Yuanxing, who was next to her, sensed the danger that Long Qingying was in when the fire dragon swallowed the iron ball. But at this moment, he was already a little far away from Long Qingying, and it was too late for him to rush over. Seeing that the big iron ball was about to smash towards Long Qingying's head, Du Yuanxing only had time to shout in shock. Chapter 116. At this time, Hua Wu was waiting for Long Qingying to be smashed by the iron ball she made. His face was full of pity. He couldn't even sleep with such a strange woman. What a pity. However, right at this moment, a transparent figure flashed past Long Qingying's side. Just as the iron ball was about to hit her, he pulled her to the side. Then, the two of them disappeared. Bang! With a loud sound, the heavy iron ball smashed into the ground. The ground shook, and the iron ball directly smashed a hole in the ground. Half of the iron ball had sunk in. A few cracks appeared on the cement floor of the crater. There was no blood splattering everywhere, and there was no Long Qingying's flattened body. There wasn't even a drop of blood around. Hua Wu stared at the iron ball curiously. After a long time, there was no trace of blood. Only then did he lift his foot and walk over. Why wasn't there blood splattering? Even if it didn't splatter, it should have rolled to the ground. And the iron ball was very big, it couldn't have directly smashed a person into pieces, right? Even if the head and torso were smashed into the ground, what about the legs? Du Yuanxing was just like Hua Wu, looking at the iron ball that had half sunk into the ground with a dumbfounded expression. The question mark in his mind was the same as Hua Wu's. But he quickly reacted. He didn't want to care about Long Qingying anymore. He had to save himself first. If he could escape, it was better than everyone dying in his hands. Du Yuanxing, who wanted to fight to the death just now, was scared now. After a few rounds of attacks, he was completely suppressed by Hua Wu. They had no chance at all. Now that Hua Wu's attention was on Long Qingying, he could escape immediately. So he hesitated for a moment, then decisively turned around and escaped. Hua Wu, who originally wanted to check on Long Qingying, was immediately attracted by Du Yuanxing's actions. When he came back to his senses and saw Du Yuanxing's fleeing figure, he sneered. Want to run? Do you think you can run? Don't even think about running. As he spoke, the fire dragons above Hua Wu's head immediately split into two. One flew towards Du Yuanxing, and the other chased Cai Hongqing and the others who had already run far away. On the other side, the armed soldiers saw where Hua Wu's fire dragons were flying. Over there! Go after them! At this time, Yang Cheng was quietly moving in the direction of Du Yuanxing. Hua Wu stood in place and turned around, looking in the direction that Du Yuanxing had fled. Suddenly, He stretched out his hand and waved it at the fire dragon in the air. The fire dragon shrank and turned into a fireball. Then, it swelled up again, and the center became empty. Like a huge cover, it covered Du Yuanxing's position. Du Yuanxing had only run a few steps, he didn't even have the time to run far. It was immediately enveloped by Hua Wu's flame barrier. A wave of scorching heat enveloped him, and Du Yuanxing immediately felt as if his hair and eyebrows were on fire. He felt as if he had been thrown into a giant oven. Then, before he could think of anything else, he saw the fire barrier suddenly shrink. Looking at the rapidly shrinking flame barrier, Du Yuanxing finally had an idea. It's over. This time, he was going to be burnt into charcoal. However, Hua Wu's plan soon came true. In the next instant, the shrunken fire shield wrapped around his body. Du Yuanxing immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, he rolled on the ground. As he screamed, he rolled on the ground. Crackle, a series of light explosions sounded. Then, lightning flashed on his body from the red flames, as if he was trying to block the flames on his body. However, his lightning had no effect on the flames. Thus, the fire quickly burned his entire body. Hua Wu. Sooner or later. One day, you will end up like us. Du Yuanxing cursed Hua Wu in pain while rolling on the ground, thinking that he was dead for sure. There was no way out. Then, at this moment, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his shoulder that was burning painfully. Then, before he could react to what was going on, plop, a sound. In the next second, Du Yuanxing felt his body suddenly fall into the water. His entire face was submerged in water, and his mouth, nose, and ears felt as if they were surrounded by water. His breathing was also blocked. Moreover, it was very deep water, because he was sinking. Just as he was confused about what was going on, he immediately woke up with a pleasant surprise. His first thought was that there was water. As long as there was water, there was hope. Thus, he immediately focused and realized that the flames on his body were gone. His entire body was submerged in the water, and the water was above his head. His body was still sinking. He immediately reacted. He did not care about the burn wounds on his body or the burning pain from his clothes scraping against his body. He used both his hands and feet to swim upwards. When he popped his head out of the water and saw his surroundings clearly, he exclaimed in surprise, "You! Why are you here?" Hua Wu, who was outside, was also dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the place where Du Yuanxing disappeared. Then, he looked back at the big metal ball that was originally smashed towards Long Qingying. There was nothing around the metal ball. There were no exposed limbs, and no blood splattered. Before he could figure out what was going on with that Long Qingying, this Du Yuanxing disappeared right in front of his eyes. Disappeared? Disappear? Why the fuck would a person just disappear into thin air? Hua Wu cursed in his heart, and directly rushed to the place where Du Yuanxing disappeared. Not to mention that Du Yuanxing had disappeared, Hua Wu couldn't even feel the flames on his body. What was going on? Why was it like this? While Hua Wu was walking around in circles, puzzled by what was happening outside, the two that were pulled into the space by Lin Qiao were now standing on the shore of the lake with blank faces. They stared at the space around them dumbfoundedly. The white misty sky, there was nothing on it. There was no sun, no sky, no clouds. Just now, it was still bright and sunny in broad daylight. Other than the green lake in front of them, there was only a grassland. There was a lot of furniture scattered all over the grassland, as well as daily necessities and other things used by humans. Then he looked at the zombie that stole his glasses. Du Yuanxing felt that his brain wasn't enough right now. No, it wasn't that it wasn't enough, it was directly crash. What was this situation? Where was this place? How did he get here? How did this zombie save them again? What was this place? How could he get here in the blink of an eye? What was this lake? What was this furniture? Wasn't there a child over there? All kinds of questions appeared in his mind, directly squeezing his brain into a mess. Until he saw Junjun and a little boy at the entrance of the small space not far away. Only then did he react. This place is... He looked at Long Qingying and asked, Chapter 117. Long Qingying looked at him coldly, then looked at Lin Xiao, and didn't say anything. She directly stuffed a piece of paper in her hand into his chest. It wasn't that she didn't want to answer, but she really didn't know how to come back. Just now, when she was in despair and thought that she was going to be smashed to death by the big metal ball. Suddenly, she felt her arm being pulled by someone, and in a flash, she was at this lake. Before she could react, she saw the zombie next to her take out a book, and quickly write a few words. He directly stuffed it into her hand, and before she could react, the zombie disappeared right in front of her eyes. She was stunned for a long time, and then came back to her senses. Just when she realized that she was still alive, and before she could open the ball of paper in her hand, she heard a pu, and looked up. She saw that the zombie next to her appeared again, and seemed to have thrown something very big into the lake. The sound of the water was very loud, and the movement on the surface was also very big. Then she saw a person flopping in the water, and took a closer look. Wasn't it Du Yuanxing who was with her just now? Looking at Du Yuanxing in the water, who didn't know what had happened, as well as his expression of having survived a disaster, she knew that this guy must have encountered the same situation as her, and was then inexplicably brought in by this zombie. Lin Xiao stood at the side, and closed her eyes to look at the situation outside, and realized that it was already a bit too late to save the others. Originally, she wanted to ask Qiu Lily to help save them, but that guy had a huge grudge against humans. Although she didn't want to hurt humans, but she wanted her to save them. She refused and disappeared in a flash. There was no other way, she couldn't force him, right? Moreover, she didn't have that ability, so Lin Xiao could only save the two who were closer by herself. As for the others, they were either shot dead by Huowu's subordinates, or burned by Huowu's other fire dragon. She looked at the two confused faces in front of her, and didn't know what was going on. Du Yuanxing didn't know what to do, and opened the piece of paper Long Qingying gave him. On it was written, "Stay here and don't move. Stay here and don't move." Did it mean that he should stay here and not move? Du Yuanxing, who could not understand what was going on, stood there with the paper in his hand. He looked at Long Qingying blankly, then at Lin Xiao. Of course, he didn't know that Lin Xiao wrote it for Long Qingying, but Long Qingying hadn't read it yet. When she saw him come in and was questioned by him, she subconsciously gave it to him. She didn't know what was going on either. Lin Xiao looked at them, took out a pen and wrote, "I am powerless to help your other companions." He handed the paper ball to Long Qingying. Long Qingying opened it, and her eyes dimmed. He then passed it to Du Yuanxing. Du Yuanxing took a look and his expression darkened. The surrounding atmosphere was like the fallen leaves in the autumn wind, desolate and sorrowful. He was very sad, but he quickly accepted it. This was not the first time he had lost a companion, and of course, it would not be the last. Going out after the apocalypse was already very dangerous, and everyone was putting their lives on the line. He accidentally dropped it. Therefore, they did not feel uncomfortable because they had seen this kind of situation many times. But, I will take revenge. If Huowu doesn't die, I will definitely come back to take his life. Thinking that he was killed by Huowu this time, his expression changed, and his face became somewhat ferocious. His face was full of hatred and murderous intent, and he said while gritting his teeth, "And me." Long Qingying's cold voice sounded next to him, "I will remember this. In the future, as long as I see people from the Earth Dragon base, I will not let them go." Lin Xiao had followed these two people for so long. She had already learned a lot from their conversation, as well as the conversation between Huowu and Yang Cheng. Now, there was basically no need to ask these two people in front of her about the situation. She wrote, "Is it the people from the Earth Dragon base who caused Lin Feng to escape with his family to Shanghai?" She handed the paper to Long Qingying. After Long Qingying took it, her expression changed. She suddenly looked up at Lin Xiao, and asked in a low voice, "How did you know?" Du Yuanxing saw that her expression was strange, and he also looked over. Then his expression became serious, just like Long Qingying's. They didn't say anything before, but how did this zombie know that they were from the Earth Dragon base so quickly? And she also knew that Lin Feng and his family escaped to the direction of Shanghai. They didn't say any of this, so how did this zombie know? Could it be that he made the same deal with Huowu as they did before? Lin Xiao shrugged, and wrote, I already know a lot of things. I also know that this Huowu was brought here by your traitor, Yang Cheng. When Long Qingying saw this, she directly slapped the paper on Du Yuanxing's chest. You should have killed him before coming out. Du Yuanxing looked at the words on the paper, and asked Lin Xiao, is it really him? Lin Xiao nodded, and raised her hand to push the glasses on her face. Du Yuanxing's eyes flashed a trace of murderous intent. He said, I know, he was originally a wind element paranormal. Before, he wanted to take the level 4 zombie cause here, so I didn't let him follow. I didn't expect that he would collude with those scum from the Earth Dragon base to deal with us. Next time I see him, let me do it. Long Qingying's hand that was holding the knife tightened, and her face was full of murderous intent. Du Yuanxing looked at her, and wanted to ask her to do it himself. But this time, it was Yang Cheng who brought Huowu here, and their target was Long Qingying. That was why they almost all died this time. All right. I'll let you have him. Then Huowu, you don't have to fight with me, right? Du Yuanxing said. Hearing him mention Huowu, Long Qingying remembered that there was someone she wanted to kill even more. She immediately changed her mind, and said, no, I'll leave Yang Cheng to you. I'll kill Huowu, you can't beat him anyway. Du Yuanxing, who was suddenly despised for being weak, was speechless. Oh right, where is this? Is that a human child over there? Am I seeing things? Who let the child out of the base? At this time, he suddenly looked around, and asked Lin Xiao. Then he pointed at the little boy not far away, and his face was full of anger. There were very few children in the apocalypse. There were fewer women, and even fewer children. Therefore, children were protected first, and they could never be taken out of the base. Therefore, just like Tiny Tot before, she was taken out of the base by Lu Tianyu and thrown outside. Everyone in the base wanted to kill her. Only then did Long Qingying notice Junjun and the little boy on the other side. She looked at them a few times, and then said doubtfully, how do you know that's not 2 zombies? Saying that, she turned to look at Lin Xiao. Because she saw Junjun's face. His eyes were black, and his eyes were rolled back. That was the face of a zombie. So, could a child who was held by a zombie still be human? Chapter 118. But Du Yuanxing said, I saw it, the child's face. It's a human. Then he looked at Lin Xiao strangely, and then looked at the zombie holding the child. There was already a strange zombie here that could write, so the one over there definitely wasn't a normal zombie, right? Otherwise, why would the zombie that stole his glasses trust the female zombie with the child? Since this male zombie would save them, it meant that he wouldn't let the child be hurt by zombies. Could it be? This was a family of 3. Were those his wife and son over there? Du Yuanxing looked at Lin Xiao. He had always thought that Lin Xiao was male. So when he saw Junjun and the little boy, he didn't get it. Then he thought about their relationship. Because he was close, he could see Du Yuanxing's eyes and expression. Lin Xiao could faintly sense his thoughts. It was fine if she was treated as a man. She was treated as Junjun's husband, and the father of the little boy who cried when he saw her. This was something she could not accept. Hey, do you still have time to guess their relationship? Shouldn't you worry about your own situation? She couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this time, Long Qingying still didn't understand and asked Lin Xiao, what is this place? They are. Then she pointed to Junjun's side. Lin Xiao wasn't afraid of exposing her space, so she wrote on the paper, this is my space, you can think of me as a space ability zombie. That child is a living person, I saved him on the way here. That zombie might be the child's mother, she won't hurt the child. Although she lost her memory, she still has her humanity. After Long Qingying saw her words, she stared at Junjun with a strange expression. Then, he looked at Du Yuanxing with an inexplicable expression. Both of their eyes were filled with disbelief. Du Yuanxing stared at the little boy and asked, that female zombie, won't she bite the child? In people's impression, as long as zombies smelled humans, they would rush up and take a few bites. The 2 of them didn't understand, Why would that female zombie hold the child and not eat him? Lin Xiao wrote, she only lost her memory, but she didn't lose her humanity. Moreover, this child might be her child, she has an instinct not to hurt him. Furthermore, this child could be her child. She had an instinct not to hurt him. After Du Yuanxing read what Lin Xiao had written, he turned to look at her. He asked, will it bite us? Long Qingying also looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao bared his teeth at the two of them, revealing his two sharp canine teeth. Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying. What's the meaning of this? Lin Xiao wrote, if I were to bite her, would she still stand there obediently? Du Yuanxing looked at the words and asked hesitantly, you really don't know? Wasn't she a zombie? If the child was her son, there would be a reason for her not to bite him. Then why doesn't it bite us? Are we not delicious? Lin Xiao stuck out her nose and sniffed at him before writing, your flesh is indeed not as tasty as a woman's. But isn't the main point you're concerned about running away? Shouldn't you worry about what you're going to do next? Why do you keep staring at zombies? I'm also a zombie, do you want me to bite you? Du Yuanxing and his companion received the paper. After reading the contents, they subconsciously took 2 steps back. That's right, you're a spatial zombie. Can zombies have spatial abilities? Du Yuanxing suddenly stared at Lin Xiao and said. There were many human psychics, because it was easier to activate a human's ability than a zombie's. Although the number of zombies right now was tens or even hundreds of times that of humans. However, when many zombies advance from level 3 to level 4, there is only a 10% chance that they can activate their ability and successfully advance to level 4. Therefore, there were very few high-level zombies. There were very few spatial ability users among humans, and even fewer among zombies. At this time, Long Qingying couldn't stand Du Yuanxing's personality anymore. She couldn't help but say, he asked you what you're going to do next. Why do you care about someone else's spatial ability? Lin Xiao deeply felt the same way and nodded. You were almost killed by someone else, and your companions were all dead. Only you and a partner of the same strength survived. What should you do next? Go back to the base or continue to stay outside? Or leave the south and find a way to survive in another base? Long Qingying spoke first, I can't go back to the base here. Hua Wu and Long Yubai won't let me go. I'm going to leave for Shanghai. I'll also look for Lin Feng and the others to see if I can meet them. By the way, did you already know about our leader? Were you testing us on purpose? As she said that, an idea flashed in her mind. She stared at Lin Xiao and asked, did this zombie really have something to do with Lin Feng and the others? Perhaps it had already heard about Lin Feng and the others and came over to verify the situation. Maybe it had met them just now, so it saved them. At the same time, it would be normal for Lin Xiao to know that Lin Feng brought his family to Shanghai. If that was the case, it was normal for Lin Xiao to know that Lin Feng had taken his family to City B. She didn't expect the other party to find an excuse for her. Then she might as well borrow it. Hearing her words, Du Yuanxing also put away his curiosity about Junjun and the little boy. He looked at Lin Xiao and thought about Long Qingying's words at the same time. He looked at Lin Xiao and thought about Long Qingying's words. If the zombie in front of them was really as she said, it had already heard about Lin Feng and the others. Then was it a friend or foe? Although it said it was a friend at the beginning, who knew if it was true or not? They didn't know it and had no basis to judge it. But judging from how it had saved them several times, it didn't seem like it was an enemy. But he didn't see it do anything to harm Hua Wu and the others. Then he had to suspect the zombie's purpose now. What's your purpose in asking about them? He asked. Seeing that the two of them were finally getting down to business, Lin Xiao wrote on the paper, I'll go find them now. Then help them. That's why I want to find out about their current situation. After handing over the paper, Long Qingying looked at it. Then she looked at Du Yuanxing. She turned to Lin Xiao and asked, then find them? Are you going to help them? Lin Xiao nodded. Long Qingying looked at her calmly and continued, if you had killed Hua Wu and the people he brought with him just now, maybe we would believe you. Lin Xiao shrugged and wrote, I don't kill people casually. Even if I want to, I have to wait until it's necessary. And I can't beat Hua Wu, He's a level 6 psychic. She could kill people, but it depended on the situation. And the first thing she needed to do now was to find Lin Feng and the others. If she wanted to kill them, she could come back and kill them. Chapter 119. Long Qingying said, "Then are you going to go to City B to find Lin Feng?" Lin Qiao nodded to her. "Are you going to find the commander?" Du Yuanxing asked. Lin Qiao nodded again, and wrote, "I've already found the information I wanted. So I won't stay here." Long Qingying said, "Since you want to go find them, can I go with you?" She looked at Junjun and the little boy behind her. After knowing that the child was a human, she didn't feel safe leaving the child in the hands of these two zombies. She couldn't go back to the base now, and it wasn't safe outside. So she might as well go find Lin Feng and the others. She wanted to see if this zombie was telling the truth. If it really was as it said, it was going to help Lin Feng and the others. She would believe it for now. Du Yuanxing looked at Long Qingying in surprise. He knew that Long Qingying was going to find Lin Feng and the others, but he didn't think that she wanted to go with these zombies. This was too dangerous. They didn't know where these zombies came from. What was their background? "You want to go with him? It's too dangerous." He couldn't help but blurt out. They couldn't believe what this zombie said at first. Maybe it had some unknown intentions towards Lin Feng and the others. If Long Qingying followed them, what if she got in their way? Wouldn't they be killed? Lin Qiao looked at the two of them calmly, and didn't say anything. Long Qingying understood what Du Yuanxing meant, and also knew what danger he was talking about. She looked at Lin Qiao, but she wanted to find out the zombie's purpose at the same time, and it would indeed be dangerous. But now, even if she ran so far away to chase after Lin Feng and the others, it would still be dangerous. If she encountered a level 4 zombie or a level 5 zombie alone, she would not be able to survive. In that case, she would also be dead. In that case, it was better to follow this strange zombie. At least on the surface, this zombie was very friendly. "I believe he won't hurt me. Otherwise he wouldn't have saved us so many times." She looked at Lin Qiao and said to Du Yuanxing. But Du Yuanxing still wanted to say something. However, when he saw the determination in Long Qingying's eyes, he shut his mouth. Long Qingying looked at him and suddenly said, "Since you're so worried about me, why don't you go to City B with me? In any case, your entire team has been killed. With your strength alone, you won't be able to defeat them." Even if he returned to the current base, forget about revenge. There might be trouble. Du Yuanxing fell silent. Long Qingying was telling the truth. His current situation was no different from Long Qingying's. Originally, he didn't have any direct relationship with Lin Feng and the rest. Now, because it was with Long Qingying, it disappeared from Hua Wu's hands again. Then Hua Wu would definitely think that he was in cahoots with Long Qingying. At his current level, perhaps he could go with Long Qingying to find Lin Feng and the others. Later, Lin Feng would definitely bring them back to take revenge on the Earth Dragon base. Moreover, he and Long Qingying both believed that Lin Feng and his siblings would not be killed by Yang Jianhua so easily. At this time, Lin Qiao used a piece of paper to write, "The leader you are talking about, is it Lin Feng's eldest sister, Lin Qiao?" She had been thinking about this for a long time, but she had always been skeptical. But after a long time, all the information she collected revealed this matter. Lin Qiao was very conflicted. Because one day, you suddenly went to another strange world and found that there was another you in this world. And your family, they were all with the other you. What was the meaning of her current appearance? She woke up in another body, the body was not her, the appearance was also not her. Everything around him didn't belong to him. Regarding the existence of the other her, she had to figure out what was going on. But of course, when she found out that there was another her, she was told that she was dead. So what was the situation now? Lin Qiao was a little confused. She could only figure out the problems one by one. Long Qingying took the paper and looked at it carefully. She looked up and nodded at Lin Qiao. She said with a look of admiration, "That's right. The real name of the leader of the Death Flame is Lin Qiao. Her special ability is the Black Poisonous Flame. It's very powerful. So we gave her the name of the Death Flame. Not only is she very powerful, her brothers and sisters are not weak either. If it wasn't for that shameless Long Yubai colluding with the deputy leader of the Death Flame and instigating him to betray the leader of the Death Flame would not have died in the hands of those level 7 expert. When talking about the death of the leader of the Death Flame, Long Qingying's face and eyes were full of hatred. She was angry at Long Yubai's ambition and hated Yang Jianhua's betrayal. When Lin Qiao heard Long Qingying's words, she was shocked. She couldn't believe it was true. It was one thing to have her own suspicions, but it was another thing to have it confirmed by others. She didn't expect that person to really be her other self. If it was just Lin Qiao, it could be said that they had the same name. But if Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the others were added, then it wouldn't be the same name. And who was Yang Jianhua? Although she was still a little shocked, a trace of doubt flashed through her mind. After thinking for a while, she wrote on the paper. Lin Qiao's brother and sister, are they called Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao? When Long Qingying saw what she wrote, she looked at her strangely. Yes. Don't tell me you don't even know this. Don't you know leader Lin Feng? How can you not know his brother and sister's names? Lin Qiao wrote, I know, I just want to confirm. To confirm, that other self, really exist. Lin Qiao didn't know what to say. Long Qingying felt that these zombies were getting weirder and weirder. She looked at Lin Qiao silently. At this time, Du Yuanxing thought about Long Qingying's words and suddenly nodded. He agreed and said, all right, I'll go with you to find the leader. There's no place for us to stay here anyway. Rather than staying here, it's better to follow the leader. As he said that, he wanted to look at the direction of the Netherworld King's base behind him. In the end, when he looked up, he only saw a white fog. Du Yuanxing, he had forgotten that he was in some zombie space. When Long Qingying saw that he actually agreed to her request, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Having someone go with her was better than walking with a few unfamiliar zombies. Lin Qiao saw that these two people actually took the initiative to follow her. She hadn't even said anything and they had already agreed. Things were going a lot smoother than she had imagined. Originally, she was still thinking about how to coax this cold and handsome woman to join her team. But now, she had to clarify one thing. She took the paper and wrote, you said that Darkfire was killed by the Earth Dragon base and the traitor Yang Jianhua. This Yang Jianhua, who is he? Chapter 120. If that Lin Qiao was really him, then she should also know this person called Yang Jianhua. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't let a person who she didn't know her limits be her right-hand man. But she didn't know a person called Yang Jianhua. Then where did this person come from? Long Qingying looked back and said, Yang Jianhua met the leader after the apocalypse. I heard that he saved the leader's life when she was about to die, so the leader and the leader regarded him as a benefactor. But I heard that when the leader was trapped in the zombie city, she was framed by Yang Jianhua. She just didn't know. Hearing this news, Lin Qiao's expression only slightly sank. It seemed that there were still a lot of things that needed to be clarified. But Du Yuanxing's expression changed. He stared at Long Qingying in disbelief and said, what did you say? You said that at that time, Yang Jianhua deliberately framed the leader, so that he deliberately saved her. Why? At that time, the leader's strength was still very low. Did he know at that time that the leader would later build a base? Long Qingying looked at him and said, you think too much. It's just that Yang Jianhua wanted to get Lin Wenwen, so he just wanted to find an opportunity to get close to her family. At that time, the leader was in that situation, so he made a move on the leader at that time. The poor leader was very grateful to him at that time, and later kept him by her side to protect him as a younger brother. To help him improve his strength. But this scum was black-hearted, and didn't accept the gratitude of the leader's family. Instead, he kept harassing Lin Wenwen. Du Yuanxing's eyes widened, as if he had heard a ghost. Then he said angrily, you said that he deliberately got close to the leader in order to get Lin Wenwen? This scum actually did such a thing? Does the leader's family not know about this? Otherwise, Why would the leader's family protect him as a family member? How good was the leader to him? Everyone in the base knew about it. But what did this scum do? Betray the base. Kill the leader. And now he's still chasing Lin Feng. Originally, they thought that the Earth Dragon base gave him a very big condition, so that he could ignore the care of Lin Qiao's family. This was to report back to the leader's family. They thought that the leader had raised a black-hearted and ungrateful wolf. But unexpectedly, he wasn't an ingrate at all. Instead, it was a venomous snake, quietly lurking beside the leader. Thinking up to here, the rage in Du Yuanxing's heart grew greater and greater. Long Qingying sneered, "What a pity, leader, he probably didn't even know until his death." She treated him wholeheartedly, and that scum took it for granted. He even made good use of the leader's influence to raise his own status. Lin Qiao frowned as he listened to their conversation. He didn't expect his other self to encounter such a thing. He treated a poisonous snake as his savior and kept it by his side, but in the end, it was bitten to death. It sounded like he was listening to someone else's story, but for some reason, when Lin Qiao heard the word savior, he felt a chill run down his spine. Something seemed to be tumbling out of his mind. But when she thought about it carefully, she couldn't think of anything. What was going on? This bastard. Does the leader know about it now? Du Yuanxing gritted his teeth and asked while suppressing his anger. Long Qingying shook her head. If Yang Jianhua didn't say it himself, Lin Feng and the others might not know. I received this news after I sent them off. I found out. At that time, she only knew where Lin Wenwen and the others were going, but there was already an ambush there. So she went to tell Lin Wenwen and the others in advance that there were a lot of ambushes and weapons there. She told them to leave by another route. Fortunately, she managed to deliver the news of the ambush in time and saved Lin Feng and the others. Then not long after, she heard the secret conversation between Yang Jianhua and the people from the Earth Dragon base. So, she heard these things. What about passing by and saving them? What about being seduced by Long Yubai? What about betrayal? None of these things. The truth was that Yang Jianhua was just a bedmate of Long Yubai. For the sake of his sweetheart, it was fine to send the entire base over. But this sweetheart of his didn't care about him at all. But on the surface, she still wanted to please Yang Jianhua. These things that Long Qingying knew, others didn't know. She had originally planned to look for Lin Feng and the others to pass this news to them. The most important thing now is to find the leader and the others first. What do you think? Long Qingying said, looking at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao was thinking about Yang Jianhua's problem and what was going on with his other self. He was thinking about what was going on with him now, and so on. After being asked by Long Qingying, he stopped thinking and looked at her. She nodded. Indeed, the most important thing now was to find the people. She turned and walked towards the pile of furniture. Long Qingying and Lin Qiao didn't know what she was going to do. Seeing her suddenly walking in that direction, they silently watched her. Then, they saw Lin Qiao find a set of clothes similar to what she was wearing. She walked over with it and threw it to Du Yuanxing. Du Yuanxing caught the clothes and only then realized that he was wet all over. But then he found something strange. Question mark. Hearing his inexplicable Long Qingying and Lin Qiao also looked at him. They saw Du Yuanxing holding the clothes, looking down at the skin on his chest. Then he looked at his hands and touched the skin on his face. Damn. Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Could it be that my skin has already been burnt to death? Don't you feel pain? Long Qingying and Lin Qiao, although this person's words were a little strange, they also discovered his situation. Originally, Du Yuanxing was thrown into the lake by Lin Qiao after being burned by Hue Yuan's fire for a while. Du Yuanxing knew that at that time, he was already red and swollen. Because Hue Yuan's fire ability was extremely hot, it wasn't like ordinary fire that would be fine after a few strokes. But now, he didn't feel anything at all. Looking at his injured skin, other than the layer of skin that had been burned to death, there was actually new skin growing underneath. It was just a little itchy to the touch. Du Yuanxing didn't understand what was going on. But Lin Qiao knew. She didn't think that her lake water would work so quickly. She just threw him into the water and soaked him for a while, and he was actually directly cured of his burns. This couldn't be more magical. Her water was almost holy water, wasn't it? It could cure all kinds of illnesses. And it didn't matter if it was a person or a zombie. For some reason, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that Du Yuanxing had gotten lucky. He was cured after soaking in the water. Did you pay? Looks like I have to treat this lake well in the future. Chapter 121. Just as Lin Xiao was about to take a look at the situation and bring the two of them away, Long Qingying suddenly noticed a pile of strange things on the other side of the pond. She walked over with a puzzled expression. Lin Xiao saw her walking and looked at the place she was staring at. Only then did he remember that the corpse of the wind zombie was still there. This is a zombie. Long Qingying quickly walked over and stood beside the zombie's corpse and asked, "Hey, isn't this the level 4 wind zombie?" Du Yuanxing also walked over. Very quickly, he saw the appearance of the zombie's corpse on the ground. He said in surprise, "I didn't think that it had already been killed by you." He looked at the zombie's corpse on the ground regretfully and then raised his head to look around. Very quickly, he saw something strange again. What are those? Strawberries? Vegetables? And those are mutated pumpkins and potatoes over there, right? Then, what's your name? No. Do you have a name? I wanted to ask, why did you bring these into your space? Aren't you a zombie? When he saw that there were some strawberries and some vegetables, as well as some pumpkins and potatoes on the other side of the meadow, his brain couldn't process it and his words became a bit messy. After being reminded by him, Long Qingying also looked over. Indeed, there were some strawberries and vegetables in the middle of the meadow. Next to it was a mountain of super large pumpkins and a pile of mutated potatoes. Lin Xiao walked over and looked at the two of them with a face full of question marks. On the book, he wrote, "The zombie was killed not long ago, I didn't have time to throw it away. What's grown over there is edible, it's the child's food." Long Qingying took the paper and was shocked when she saw it. She stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief and then gave the paper to Du Yuanxing. "You gave him these to eat. Aren't you going to harm him? These are all mutated plants, eating them will turn him into a zombie," Long Qingying said with a bit of anger and disbelief. Lin Xiao shook his head and wrote, "Who said eating these will turn him into a zombie? I'm saying these are virus-free. Look at the child, he's been eating for so many days, isn't he still fine?" After she finished writing and handed it to Long Qingying, she pointed at Junjun. "How is that possible?" The two of them stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief, then at the little boy. But the distance was a little far, so he couldn't see clearly. Du Yuanxing thought about the little boy's face, even though he didn't feel like a zombie. However, the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. Lin Xiao turned around and clapped his hands at Junjun. He pointed at the little boy and beckoned them over. Junjun knew what Lin Xiao meant. She carried the little boy and walked over slowly. She could control the scent of the little boy's body, but these two strangers made her salivate. But now, she was much more rational, and her mind was very clear. Therefore, she was still able to control her desire to eat people. Seeing Junjun walking over with the little boy in her arms, Long Qingying looked at the back of the child who was lying on the female zombie's neck and felt that the child was very dependent on the female zombie. She cautiously walked to the front of the little boy behind the female zombie, paying attention to Junjun while observing the little boy's expression. Only then did he realize that the child's face was a little pale and very thin. But his two eyes were very clear and bright, staring at her curiously and timidly. The little boy seemed not to be afraid of Lin Xiao, who had cut her hair and was wearing sunglasses. A pair of big, sparkling eyes looked at this and then secretly looked at that. There was really nothing wrong with it. There was no sign of infection on the child's face. "You really gave him these?" Long Qingying's originally indifferent face was no longer calm. Surprised, curious, confused, etc. She looked at the little boy with all kinds of inconceivable expressions, then looked at the food, then looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao very patiently nodded to her. She really wanted to go out at this time, but these two people kept noticing this and that. A lot of questions came to ask her. She couldn't help but write, "I'm going out now to see the situation. I'm ready to take you guys away. You guys stay here." After giving the paper to Long Qingying, Lin Xiao patted Junjun's shoulder. "Let her go back to the small space first." After getting her signal, Junjun immediately turned around and carried the little boy away from the two humans. The two of them were left standing there with puzzled looks on their faces. In a flash, Lin Xiao also disappeared in front of the two people. Lin Xiao came out invisibly, and as soon as he came out, he found that Huowu wasn't alone. There were also his subordinates and Yang Cheng standing on the side. "Look around carefully." Huowu stood on a high platform and shouted to the soldiers who were searching below with his hands behind his back. "Yes." Yang Cheng stood under the platform next to him, watching the soldiers search around again. Huowu's two fire dragons were still flying above their heads. As long as zombies approached here, they couldn't escape the fire dragon's bite. The zombies that were bitten by the fire dragons were quickly wrapped in a ball of fire, and then quickly burned into charcoal. Why did they disappear for no reason? Is there a space ability user here? Yang Cheng stood below and looked up at Huowu and said, "I also suspect that there is a space ability user here. But it's impossible for him to directly kidnap them in front of me without even showing up. I didn't even see a hair. Who knows what happened?" Huowu's expression was very gloomy, and he said with a very suffocating tone, "Yes, the space ability user didn't show up." Just like that, he saved her from his hands. I've never heard of a space ability user who can become invisible, right? Since he entered the space here, he will definitely come out again. As long as we stay here and keep an eye on him, we will definitely wait for him to come out. At that time, we won't have to worry about not being able to catch him. Yang Cheng smiled. But neither of them noticed that a transparent figure had quietly appeared. It was slowly approaching them. Lin Xiao originally planned to leave as soon as she came out, but when she saw Yang Cheng, an idea popped up in her mind. So she immediately took action. Yang Cheng didn't know that a black hand was slowly grabbing him from behind. He wanted to know if Huowu killed the two people, because he only knew that the two people had disappeared from his hands. He didn't know if they were half dead or half dead. However, looking at Huowu's furious expression, he couldn't question him too openly. If he angered Huowu, he wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, suddenly, a transparent hand reached into his arm. The transparent arm flashed and suddenly turned from transparent to solid. Then, this hand quickly grabbed Yang Cheng's arm. In the next second, Yang Cheng disappeared from Huowu's leg. He disappeared directly. Huh! Suddenly noticing Yang Cheng's flickering figure, Huowu turned his head. In the end, he saw nothing. Not even a hair of Yang Cheng's was seen. Chapter 122. Bastard. Who is it? Come out. What kind of man is sneaking around? Come out and fight me if you dare. Huowu was so angry that he spun around on the platform after being intercepted again and again. He shouted angrily. However, no one responded to him. Hoo tilde boom 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 tilde. Due to his loss of control, his fire dragon danced wildly in the sky, smashing the surrounding trees, buildings, and other taller objects into pieces, leaving behind balls of unextinguished high-temperature flames. Meanwhile, in the space, Yang Cheng was suddenly pulled by someone. Before he could react, he felt his vision blur. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in another place. Cough tilde. Before he could figure out this strange environment, a hand suddenly clasped the back of his neck tightly. He let out a muffled groan and immediately struggled to twist his body backwards. Originally, if the other party clasped the back of his neck from behind, he could have easily broken free. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. The hand on the back of his neck didn't move at all. It was tightly gripping his neck, and the strength was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Cheng even had a feeling that the hand could completely crush his neck. This was because he felt like his neck was being clamped by a thick iron clamp. Yang Cheng. I didn't expect to see you again. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side, but the tone was filled with malice. It made people feel that the person who spoke hated him deeply, as if he wanted to bite him. Hearing this voice, Yang Cheng was shocked and immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. However, the voice sounded from behind him, and he could not even turn back now, let alone see the person behind him. However, he knew who it was from the voice. "Captain, why don't you come to the front and say it? Why are you sneaking around behind me?" Yang Cheng looked a little panicked, but he suppressed it. He also opened his mouth and sneered back. "I don't need to, because I don't want to see a despicable person like you. It's too disgusting." Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying stood behind Lin Qiao and watched as Lin Qiao easily suppressed Yang Cheng, who was slightly taller than her. Lin Qiao held Yang Cheng's neck with one hand and used his other hand to remove the gun from Yang Cheng's body. He tossed it to Du Yuanxing. "Heh, do you think you can live a good life by relying on Hua Wu of the Earth Dragon Base and following that bastard? If you hadn't led him here, maybe you could have survived. Unfortunately, you brought about your own destruction by luring him here. If we can't kill that bastard Hua Wu, do you think we can't kill you?" Du Yuanxing sneered. Seeing Lin Qiao leave in a flash, Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying thought that he was going to leave this place. He didn't expect the zombie to come back in less than a few minutes. He was carrying a person in his hand. The two of them were about to take a good look at the things in this space when they saw this person. They didn't have time to observe anything new. Lin Qiao searched Yang Cheng's body for all the guns and threw them on the ground before pushing him away. Yang Cheng was pushed forward by her and staggered a few steps. He almost fell to the ground because of his unstable footsteps. When he steadied himself, he immediately turned around and saw Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying standing behind him. Beside them was a man wearing sunglasses with a face full of scars. The sunglasses belonged to Du Yuanxing. Yang Cheng naturally recognized them. He glanced at the three of them, then quickly looked around him. When he was being held down by the neck, he had clearly seen the scene in front of him. After seeing Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying, if he didn't guess wrong, this should be the space of the space ability user. "I didn't expect you to find a space ability user, and it's such a big space." Yang Cheng turned around and stared at the three of them with a look of understanding. Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying just stared at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Lin Qiao retreated to the side and prepared to watch the show. "What? You put me in this space, do you want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of being killed by Hua Wuming who's waiting outside? He's very angry that you guys disappeared from his hands. Now you've taken me away from his side, are you trying to provoke him? If you do this, even if you get out of here, will you be able to escape his pursuit? Can you escape his pursuit?" Yang Cheng stared at the two of them and said. As he spoke, he secretly sized up Lin Qiao. It seemed that this man he had never seen before was the space ability user. He didn't expect this man to be shorter than him, and his figure was also quite thin. His grip was so strong that it felt like an iron clamp when he grabbed his neck. He couldn't move at all. Du Yuanxing looked at him coldly and said, "I told you that you're too greedy. You'll be killed by your own greed." I didn't expect my words to come true so quickly. He thought about how this former teammate had betrayed him and framed him for his own benefit. He wasn't really sad, after all, they were already used to this kind of thing in the past 5 years. So now, he was filled with killing intent. He didn't betray others, but others wanted to kill him. Then there was no need for him to show mercy. In this post-apocalyptic world, only the strong could live to the end. Killing people outside the base, no one could do anything about it. Clang tilde before Yang Cheng could reply, Long Qingying pulled out her saber abruptly. The blade was pointed in Yang Cheng's direction, but her mouth was directed at Du Yuanxing. "Don't talk so much nonsense. If you don't make a move, I'll do it." Her expression was cold, her eyes sharp. A thick killing intent enveloped her body. "No, you said you'd give him to me." Du Yuanxing took a step forward and stretched out his hand to block Long Qingying. His eyes were fixed on Yang Cheng, and his other hand flashed with electricity. Seeing Du Yuanxing's action, Yang Cheng subconsciously took a step back. He shouted in panic, "Wait a minute. You should know that if you kill me, You'll be dead once I leave this space. Hua Wuming will definitely burn you to ashes. His strength was originally one level lower than Du Yuanxing. Even if he was a max level 4, he couldn't compare to Du Yuanxing, who had already broken through to level 5. Moreover, Du Yuanxing's ability was the more aggressive electric type. In any case, even if he doesn't kill you, he'll still burn us to ashes. Du Yuanxing was unmoved, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a sarcastic smile. But there wasn't a hint of a smile in his eyes, only cold killing intent. But just as he was about to wave his hand and release a big move, his movements suddenly stopped. Then he turned his head to look at his hand. The electricity. Okay, there was electricity. But why couldn't he throw it out? Suddenly discovering that his ability couldn't be thrown out, Du Yuanxing swung his hand in Yang Cheng's direction in disbelief. No. Chapter 123. Seeing that Du Yuanxing was about to attack, Yang Cheng reflexively crossed his hands in front of his face to block. He prepared to use his wind ability to dodge. In the end, he didn't feel any wind. No, there was wind, but it couldn't support him. This time even Yang Cheng was stunned. He didn't feel the wind under his feet and immediately felt that Du Yuanxing's attack was about to land on him. It's over, he thought to himself, not good. Then, just as he was prepared to be electrocuted. But nothing happened. The wind that he wanted to use didn't appear and he thought it was his own problem. But the opponent's attack didn't land on him either. What was going on? Yang Cheng put down his arm in confusion and looked in Du Yuanxing's direction, only to find that he was also staring at his hand that was flashing with lightning with a strange expression. The same puzzled expression. The two of them noticed each other's movements at the same time and stared at each other. Then they saw the puzzled expression in each other's eyes. They were both stunned for a moment. But very quickly, Du Yuanxing controlled the main attack and realized that his lightning ability couldn't be used at this time. The opponent's appearance also showed that his ability couldn't be used. He immediately pulled out the pistol on his waist. Seeing Du Yuanxing pull out a gun, this was no longer a joke. Yang Cheng's scalp exploded and he turned to run. Yang Cheng's gun had already been taken away by Lin Qiao, so he could only take a beating. But when he turned around, there was a lake on one side and a grassland on the other. It was too late to run to the grassland, but the lake was closer. He immediately made a decision and jumped into the lake. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang in the air, and there was a wave of echoes and vibrations. Plop! Then there was the sound of water. Yang Cheng jumped into Lin Qiao's lake. But soon, the ripples on the surface of the water were dyed red. Lin Qiao couldn't see, but she quickly smelled blood. She immediately knew that Du Yuanxing's bullet had hit Yang Cheng, but she didn't know if he was dead or not. Hit. But he jumped in. Do you know what's at the bottom of the lake? Long Qingying quickly rushed to the side of the lake and looked at the blood on the surface. She stared into the water. Yang Cheng was nowhere to be seen. She turned to Lin Qiao and asked. Lin Qiao thought about it. It seemed like there were no other creatures down there besides the vines. She shook her head. He stood by the lake and looked at the ripples. He didn't know if Yang Cheng had fallen into the lake. Will become what? He didn't get hurt when he went down, but the other zombies went down. Unlike Xie Dong, who had turned into a strange zombie. Just like the wind zombies, they were directly sucked dry. What would happen if a living person went down? Lin Qiao indicated that she did not know either. This lake was much more mysterious than she had imagined. Du Yuanyuan walked to the lakeside with his gun. The three of them stood in a row and stared at the rippling water. Isn't this your space? You don't know what's under the water? Then why did you throw me into the water? Du Yuanxing felt that Lin Qiao shook his head, indicating that he did not know what was under the water. Lin Qiao glanced at him and didn't say anything. No, he didn't write anything to respond to him. Long Qingying held her saber and stared at the surface of the lake. The three of them silently stared at the water for a minute, only to find that the ripples on the water kept moving. It wasn't calm. In the past, this lake was calm without any ripples when there was nothing in the water. But now, it kept moving. This clearly told the three people on the shore that Yang Cheng must have encountered something in the water. Only after 10 minutes did they see an object slowly float up from the deeper part of the water. Looking at the clothes, needless to say, everyone recognized that it was Yang Cheng. But at this time, Yang Cheng was floating motionlessly on the water, with his back facing up and his face down. And what made people feel strange was that he didn't float like a normal corpse. Most of his body was submerged in the water, only his head and chest were above the water. Instead, it was like a very dry piece of wood, his whole body floated up. It seemed like this wasn't a corpse, but a hollow piece of plastic or a sponge. What's going on? He's dead. Du Yuanxing's expression was also strange as he stared at Yang Cheng's body that was above the water. And Lin Qiao smelled Yang Cheng's body. There was no smell of a living person. He was indeed dead. But at this time, her mind was thinking about other things. This lake had soaked a dead person. Before, it had soaked zombies, and now it had soaked a dead person. Should she still drink the water in this lake in the future? Although she knew that the energy in the lake could purify the virus, and this lake wasn't small. But this was a little hard to accept. Drinking water soaked in dead people and zombies. She had been bathing in the water before. Why didn't she feel disgusted when she drank the water soaked in her own body? Wasn't this drinking her own bathwater? Lin Qiao, fuck. She suddenly felt a little disgusted. What should she do? Just as Lin Qiao was imagining herself soaking in the water and drinking water or cooking food for the little boy, she comforted herself that it was okay, the lake was so big. There was also a lot of water, so she couldn't drink her own bathwater, and she avoided the place where she often bathed. At this time, Yang Cheng's body seemed to be pushed by something, and it was pushed towards the three of them. Is there something in the lake? Seeing this, Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying both subconsciously took a few steps back. They pointed at the floating corpse and said to Lin Qiao in bewilderment. Lin Qiao came back to her senses and found that Yang Cheng's body was getting closer and closer to them. Lin Qiao immediately raised her hand and took off her sunglasses, and looked directly with her eyes. She immediately saw a long faint shadow at the bottom of the lake. It was very thin, and it was like a tentacle, pushing Yang Cheng towards the shore from under his body. Seeing this, Lin Qiao was no stranger. It was the green vine at the bottom of the lake. But how did Yang Cheng die? Did he drown to death? Or was he shot by Du Yuanxing? Seeing Yang Cheng's body getting closer and closer, it stopped at the shallow water less than 3 meters from their feet. The vine immediately shrank towards the bottom of the lake. Lin Qiao bent down to pick up her pants, took off her shoes, and stepped into the water. Although Yang Cheng's body was about 3 meters away from the shore, the water here was very shallow. After Lin Qiao walked down, she went to Yang Cheng's side, and then dragged him to the shore. After reaching the shore, her pants were still wet. But she didn't care. Instead, she immediately squatted beside Yang Cheng's body to study the cause of his death and his current abnormal appearance after death. Chapter 124. After dragging Yang Cheng's corpse in front of them, the three of them felt that the scene in front of them was somewhat incomprehensible. Of course, Lin Qiao had some guesses. From the moment she dragged Yang Cheng out of the water, she felt that something was wrong. A moment ago, he was still alive and well, but now, he had turned into a corpse without any life force. But he wasn't as heavy and silent as a normal corpse, he was very light. When Lin Qiao went into the lake and reached out to pull his clothes, she felt that his weight wasn't right. He was a man about 1.7 meters tall. He wasn't fat, but he wasn't thin either. He was at least 120 kilograms, but when she dragged him, it didn't feel like she was dragging 120 kilograms. It felt like he was half as light. He was very light, about 50 to 60 kilograms. This wasn't the weight of a normal dead person. After a person died, they would weigh more than when they were alive. But this Yang Cheng was very light. What was going on with his weight being reduced by half? Moreover, his skin was shriveled and his muscles contracted. It was as if all the water in his body had been sucked dry. Not only was his blood drained, but all the other fluids in his body were also drained. What? What's going on? Was he sucked dry? Du Yuanxing's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Cheng, who had become a dried corpse. Thinking about 10 minutes ago, this person was still talking to him normally. But now he suddenly became like this. It felt so scary. It wasn't that he hadn't seen dead people before, but the ones he saw the most in the apocalypse were of course dead people and zombies. But he had only been dead for a few minutes, and he was sucked dry like this. It was a little horrifying. Long Qingying also looked at Lin Qiao with a strange and puzzled expression. What's in this lake of yours? Eating people? Du Yuanxing also stared at Lin Qiao, his eyes filled with fear. He thought about how he was also thrown into the water. Lin Qiao looked back at the two of them, stood up and put on his glasses. Then he wrote 2 words on the paper, ghost. Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing, was there really a ghost or was he just fooling them? But no matter if it was real or just a bluff, there must be something terrible in this lake. The two of them marked the lake as dangerous at the same time. Du Yuanxing squatted down and poked Yang Cheng's facial muscles. It was found to be very hard, like a dry tree trunk. Is his energy core still there? Could it have been sucked away as well? He asked. Lin Qiao and Long Qingying also looked at Yang Cheng's twisted head. Lin Qiao suddenly squatted down again. The claws on his right hand lit up. Yi. Seeing her flashing claws, Du Yuanxing subconsciously jumped up and took a step back. Lin Qiao glanced at him, then turned around and waved his hand. The claw slashed towards Yang Cheng's skull. She didn't say that she didn't feel any energy from Yang Cheng's body. It was as if all the energy in his body had disappeared. It wasn't like the time when he was captured, when he was brimming with energy. Pu with a soft sound, Yang Cheng's head was sliced open like a watermelon. Then, they saw something interesting. Yang Cheng's brain, even his brain, had shrunk into a ball. It also had a dry and shriveled texture. Lin Qiao couldn't help but poke at it with her claws. She found that it was the kind that was dry, like a sponge that had absorbed water and then dried. It was hard. She directly dug out the brain and held it in her hands to break it. Very easily, she broke off a small piece of powdery brain. Lin Qiao, what the hell was this? How did a good brain become like this? She continued to break it, and soon the whole brain was broken into pieces by Lin Qiao. A dull white crystal core appeared in her hands. Lin Qiao just squeezed it lightly. This crystal core, which was similar to a corpse core, shattered into powder. There wasn't even a trace of energy fluctuation. Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying, it turned out that not only had Yang Cheng's flesh and blood been sucked dry, even his energy had been sucked away. Lin Qiao clapped her hands and stood up again. She closed her eyes and looked outside. She found that Hue Wu was still guarding outside with some people. This time, they didn't search randomly, as if they knew that they wouldn't be able to find him. Perhaps after Lin Qiao directly brought Yang Cheng in, Hue Wu was sure that Lin Qiao, the spatial ability user, was here. So he decided to keep guarding and start wasting time with Lin Qiao. He didn't believe that she wouldn't come out of the space. He knew that living people could enter the space of many spatial ability users. But the length of time varied, depending on the level of the ability or other factors. In any case, it was impossible for her to stay inside forever. There would come a day when she would come out. Of course, Lin Qiao would come out, and very soon. She directly turned invisible again, and then quietly sneaked up the building next to her. When she ran to the top of a 7-story building, she directly came out of the space. When she came out, she was carrying 2 things in her hands. As soon as she appeared, she directly threw them downstairs. Then she quickly turned invisible again. Poof, poof, 2 strange sounds of objects falling were heard. It sounded like the sound of a human body landing on the ground, but it felt a lot lighter. Moreover, after these 2 things hit the ground, it felt as if a piece of wood had fallen onto a concrete floor. Before Hue Wu could react, he saw 2 humanoid objects being thrown in front of him like garbage. And he still didn't see the figure. Not to mention seeing, he didn't even notice anything. The people guarding around were also stunned when 2 humanoid corpses suddenly fell. They didn't know how to react, but they looked at Hue Wu's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. Everyone was quiet and didn't dare to move. At this time, Huowu's face couldn't be any darker. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and the dark waves in his eyes surged violently as if something was about to burst out. The muscles on his face also twitched, and his teeth were clenched so hard that his cheeks bulged. Needless to say, everyone could feel the dark aura rolling around his body from afar. Moreover, the location of the two corpses was ingeniously thrown, directly to the empty space 2 meters in front of Huowu. This was a clear provocation to him, a slap to his face. So, everyone was silent. Huowu stared at the corpse in Yang Cheng's clothes, gritted his teeth, and tried to calm the anger and killing intent in his heart. Then he jumped down from the high platform, walked to the side of the two corpses and looked at them. Very good, in addition to Yang Cheng's corpse, there was also the corpse of a zombie. And whether it was Yang Cheng's head shell or the zombie's head shell, they were both shaved off. This meant that the zombie core inside had been taken away. While Huowu was looking at the two corpses, Lin Xiao on the roof had already jumped from one building to the roof of another. Chapter 125. Lin Xiao, who was invisible, felt that her body was even lighter. Therefore, it was not a problem for her to jump from the top of the building. She could jump from the top of the building to the bottom of the building, and the distance between them was about 7 or 8 meters. It felt as though he was flying. It felt great. After jumping a few times, Lin Xiao fell in love with the feeling of leaping. She was like a transparent human cheetah running on the top of the building for more than 10 minutes. Lin Xiao was already very far away. She was at least 10 kilometers away from Huowu. Then a white shadow quickly caught up from behind, but it didn't jump around like Lin Xiao. Qiu Lily was still standing elegantly. She flashed from one place to another and soon arrived next to Lin Xiao. Not far below, there were 2 zombies running next to her. When Lin Xiao saw her, he stopped. When Qiu Lily landed next to her, she crooked her finger at her. "Ah! Where are the 2 humans?" Qiu Lily stood next to Lin Xiao and called out to her. She saw Lin Xiao put Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing into the space. Lin Xiao took out her notebook and wrote, "They are going to follow me back to City B to find someone." "Ah! Back to City B?" Qiu Lily looked at her strangely. "Didn't they come here to find someone?" Lin Xiao nodded and wrote, "The person I am looking for is now going to City B. So now they had to go back." She didn't know where Lin Feng and the others were. "Ah! You are going to bring those 2 people?" Qiu Lily asked unhappily. She didn't like humans, so she didn't like those 2 people joining her team. Unhappy. Unhappy. We can't have fun together anymore. Lin Xiao was speechless. Feeling Qiu Lily's childish mood, Lin Xiao felt helpless. Although Qiu Lily was very strong, but her character and mind might still be the same as before she became a zombie. She knew that Qiu Lily was repulsed by humans, so she had to take it slow. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for him. Not only did they want Qiu Lily to accept contact with humans, they also wanted Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing to accept the existence of zombies like them. They didn't harm people, but they didn't want humans to shout and kill them when they saw them. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then wrote on the paper, "They are helpful to me, they can tell me a lot of information." Qiu Lily still looked unhappy. She pouted and turned her face to the other side. However, he didn't say anything else. Lin Xiao smiled, knowing that Qiu Lily was compromising. She jumped to the ground and entered the space again. He appeared beside the 2 of them and patted their shoulders. Then, before the 2 of them could react, he brought them out of the space. The 2 people who were suddenly brought out had blank looks on their faces, not knowing what was going on. "Hey, he's out." "Ah, where is this?" Du Yuanxing reacted very quickly when he came out. He looked around and asked. Lin Xiao took out his notebook and wrote, "I'm more than 10 kilometers away from the place Huowu is guarding." He was going to drive to City B Drive? "Oh, there's a car in your space." When Du Yuanxing saw that Lin Xiao wanted to drive, he immediately remembered that he saw a light off-road vehicle in her space. A few zombies wanted to drive. "Are you really a zombie? You're not a human in disguise, right?" He turned his head and stared at Lin Xiao. He really felt that Lin Qiao was no different from a normal person. Except for the scars on her face. But after the end of the world, there were many people with scars on their faces, so it wasn't strange anymore. Lin Qiao ignored him and disappeared in front of the two of them. After a while, she threw a car out, then she took out a barrel of oil. After filling the car's fuel tank, she sat directly in the driver's seat. Qiu Lili, who had been standing on the side without saying anything, immediately went to the passenger seat. It wasn't the first time that Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying saw this female zombie, just the clean and beautiful white princess dress was very eye-catching. Furthermore, she was a zombie. The two of them looked at each other. Long Qingying originally wanted to stay on the roof of the car. At this time, Lin Qiao handed over another piece of paper. There's a zombie on the roof, you should sit in the car. Long Qingying, there's more? Wasn't she already sitting in the passenger seat? Long Qingying thought that the zombie Lin Qiao was talking about was Qiu Lili. She looked at Qiu Lili, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with a puzzled expression. Bang, bang, at this time, two light sounds came from the roof of the car. The two of them turned their heads and saw two zombies that were either level 3 or 4 lying on the roof of the car. They were staring at them with glowing eyes and drooling. Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing, these two looked like normal zombies. They had black eyes and were on all fours. Especially the way they stared at them, as if they were looking at two roasted ducks. At this time, Qiu Lili suddenly opened her mouth and screamed, startling the two of them and Lin Qiao, who was about to drive. Long Qingying, Du Yuanxing, Lin Qiao, what a test of the heart. This thought flashed through Long Qingying and Lin Qiao's minds at the same time. Lin Qiao was already a little used to Qiu Lili's occasional actions. After being called by Qiu Lili, the two zombies immediately turned their heads and sat properly. They were no longer looking at the two humans, but they were still sneaking glances at them from the corner of their eyes. So the two of them immediately got into the back seat of the car and sat properly. Feeling that there was a layer of roof between them, their hearts inexplicably felt a little more at ease. But then the two of them thought that the two zombies would directly pierce their claws through the roof from the top of their heads and then grab them. Lin Qiao didn't care about the psychological activities of the two of them. He started the car and drove in the direction of another road in High City. With Long Qingying, at least she should know which road Lin Feng and the others took. This was also the reason why Lin Qiao wanted to hook up with Long Qingying. At this time in High City base, Wu Chengyu brought his daughter, Xiao Yunlong, and Meng Yu back to their residence. As the leader's residence, it wasn't luxurious. It was just an ordinary 3-story building. Apart from the fact that the furniture inside had been replaced with some high-end and comfortable ones, the difference between the two other leaders was too great. The others either occupied the best and safest villa, or occupied the cleanest and best apartment on a tall building. Only he and his daughter lived in an ordinary small building. Of course, this small building wasn't just for him and his daughter. Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu also lived here. The three of them had been together since the end of the world. Now on the surface, they were all good friends, roommates, and gay friends, but their relationship was a little complicated. It was like you love me, I love him, he doesn't love me, he loves him. For example, Xiao Yunlong liked Meng Yu a little, but Meng Yu had a better impression of Wu Chengyu. But Wu Chengyue's mind was only on his daughter, and he had no feelings for other women. He always saw Meng Yu as a little sister. Chapter 126. As for why these big shots wanted to live in this small building, it was because Xiao Budian did not like tall places, nor did he like big places. Therefore, Wu Chengyu, who was obsessed with his daughter, immediately changed to an environment that his daughter liked, so the other two also moved in. The building was not big and had 3 floors. On the first floor, there was a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. On the second floor, there was a study and 2 bedrooms. The third floor had a balcony and 2 bedrooms. As for Wu Chengyu and Xiao Budian, they lived in the 2 bedrooms on the second floor, although he really wanted to sleep with his daughter. However, Tiny Tot didn't like to sleep with others, so Wu Chengyu was chased to the next room to sleep. Although he had to visit his daughter's room 5 or 6 times a night before he felt at ease. Meng Yu lived on the third floor. In their residence, other than the numerous soldiers standing guard, there was only the two of them. No other idlers came in. There were no nannies or servants. It was all because the little guy didn't like strangers. Even Xiao Licheng, who was Wu Chengyue's assistant and driver, was not allowed to get close to him. After entering the hall, Wu Chengyu put Tiny on the sofa and let her play by herself. Xiao Yunlong walked behind and said, "The news is still being verified, but it is judged according to the previous news. I reckon it's true this time. However, no one knows if Nether Flame is really dead. Currently, everyone is guessing." Wu Chengyu sat on the sofa and poured a glass of water while saying, "They probably haven't received the news yet. Send someone to inform them about the Netherworld King's base. Let's not talk about their leader's situation for now. We don't know much about it either. It has yet to be verified. Let's see what they plan to do next." Xiao Yunlong nodded and said, "The news of the base has been confirmed, but the situation of their leader's family, should we send someone to support them? According to the time, they should be almost at the border of Zhe province if they want to escape." Wu Chengyu glanced at him and said, "First, ask Li Zhang and the others if they want to receive them themselves. It's easier for them to do this kind of thing. We'll just send them a small team to assist them." Xiao Yunlong nodded. Meng Yu sat by the side, holding a stack of documents in her hand as she listened to the conversation between the two of them. "Send someone to inform them tomorrow and see what they plan to do. Oh yeah, you still haven't found any traces of the zombie." Wu Chengyu gave his daughter a glass of water, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Xiao Yunlong glanced at Xiao Budian and Meng Yu, who was reading the information, before following Wu Chengyu to the kitchen. "I didn't find it. Are you sure it went south?" Wu Chengyu walked into the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and took out some ingredients from the fridge to prepare dinner. He leaned against the doorframe and asked while holding his arm. After the apocalypse, solar energy was the only source of electricity. There was also a generator, but the generator needed gasoline to start. After the apocalypse, gasoline was scarce, and people rarely used generators. Therefore, Wu Chengyu could still use electricity normally every day. But now, everyone would use electricity at a fixed time. To save energy. After 5 years of construction, the base had improved a lot. The water and electricity in the center of the base could be used normally. In order to neutralize the zombie virus, every base was equipped with an important scientific laboratory. All the surviving medical scientists were gathered together to conduct various experiments. They tried every means to find an antidote or a way to neutralize the zombie virus. But in the past 5 years, in addition to catching a lot of zombies for experiments, and sacrificing a lot of humans, there was still no clue. However, the experiment continued and did not stop. Wu Chengyu was washing the vegetables while heating the oil in the pan. After skillfully washing and cutting the vegetables, he began to stir-fry them in the pan. He said while stir-frying, "I feel that it wanted to go south. At that time, its direction and route had always been south. And it chose a shortcut, and only took a detour if it couldn't get through." Xiao Yunlong nodded, then said doubtfully, "But now the people I sent have no news at all. It seems that its whereabouts are too difficult to find." Wu Chengyu smiled. "Of course, it has a space. If there is anything wrong, it will immediately hide in the space. Can you find it?" Xiao Yunlong sighed and said, "You said it was so magical, I really want to see it with my own eyes." Wu Chengyu thought of that strange zombie. His smile didn't change. But there was also some interest in it. Obviously, he was still very interested in the zombie. If there was a chance, he also wanted to have more contact with it and learn more about the zombie. In fact, what he wanted to know more was how the zombie communicated with his baby daughter. "By the way, I heard that young Jianhua, one of the former deputy leaders of Underworld King's base, is now hunting down the family of Dark Flame. I don't know if he will succeed. I heard that he has been eyeing Dark Flame's sister. This time he won't let her go." Xiao Yunlong suddenly thought of something and said. Wu Chengyu was busy in the kitchen while replying to him, "Don't you know that young Jianhua approached Dark Flame in order to get Lin Wenwen's heart? What life-saving benefactor, everything else is fake." Hearing this news, Xiao Yunlong froze for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. Very surprised, he asked, "Well, you mean, the matter of young Jianhua saving Dark Flame a few years ago, is there any inside story?" Wu Chengyu replied, "I only heard some news from the people of Earth Dragon Base. Young Jianhua was actually a guest of Long Yubai's bed before the end of the world. Then young Jianhua followed Dark Flame after the end of the world, but secretly still had contact with Long Yubai, and it was a very confidential contact. So, what do you think? I heard that Dark Flame was besieged in the zombie city, and it was Long Yubai who sent people to help young Jianhua create an opportunity." Xiao Yunlong's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Damn, you mean someone dug a hole for the underworld fire a few years ago and made her fall into it?" Wu Chengyu nodded and said in agreement, "Isn't that so, but I don't know if she knew about this before she died. Otherwise, she would have died of anger even if she was not attacked by a strong enemy." Xiao Yunlong sighed, "That's true. Hey, but you said that young Jianhua went for Dark Flame's sister. But you also said that he was a guest of Long Yubai's bed. What's going on? Doesn't he like men?" Wu Chengyu said, "Who said he only likes men? I'm bisexual, okay?" Thinking of young Jianhua and Long Yubai rolling on the same bed, Xiao Yunlong couldn't help shuddering. Hey, likes men and likes women. This taste is really enough. Chapter 127. The next day, someone knocked on the door of Li Zheng and the others' residence early in the morning. "Who came so early in the morning?" Lin Yu glanced at the other people in the room and asked. As he spoke, he walked to the door and prepared to open it. "Maybe people from the Sea City base," Li Zheng said. He meant that the person in charge of the Sea City base was a civil servant or something. Lin Yu opened the door and saw two men in military uniforms standing outside. One of them they had seen before. He was the deputy leader Xiao Yunlong who was here before. "Captain Huang? Why are you here? It's too early." Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yunlong's deputy, Huang Ming. Huang Ming was standing outside the door with one of his men, and the two were carrying a few bags. Seeing Lin Yu come out, he smiled and handed over the bags. "Oh, I have something to ask you. You haven't had breakfast yet. We brought this from the canteen for you. Eat it while it's hot." Lin Yu opened the door with a smile and politely thanked them as he took the bags. "Thank you. Come on, bring us some breakfast too." "Thank you for the trouble." Huang Ming walked in, but his man stayed outside the door and did not follow. Lin Yu watched Huang Ming come in before closing the door. Li Zheng pulled out a chair for Huang Ming and let him sit down. He curiously asked, "What trouble you to come so early in the morning?" After Huang Ming sat down, he looked at the people in the room and said, "Oh, you eat breakfast first. I'll tell you after eating. By the way, are you used to living here? Is it too crowded for 5 people? I'll change to a bigger room for you. Do you want it?" He did not immediately answer Li Zheng's question, but changed the subject. Lin Yu and Li Zheng looked at each other. Both of them had no idea what Deputy Huang was up to. Seeing that he insisted that they eat breakfast first, they let him be. They put the breakfast on the table and opened it. There were only a dozen steamed buns and buns. But they were all white flour. This was a very extravagant breakfast. There were exactly 5 of them, and each of them only needed to take 2. Li Zheng took a bite of the bun and replied to Huang Ming with a smile, "Oh, it's okay. Don't bother. We lived quite well, but Lin Yu slept on the floor. It's not a big deal. At most, we'll step on it when we go to the toilet at night." Huang Ming laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, don't tell me you purposely stepped on his face." Lin Yu's mouth was stuffed with buns as he said, "If you dare, I can cripple their second brother immediately. Do you believe me?" Thinking about how he was lying on the ground at night, and how these guys kept stepping over his feet, he could totally kick them up. Good position, isn't it, right at their crotch? Fut tilde Feng Mingyu laughed and said, "Brother Lin Yu, so this is what you think every time we step on you." Lin Yu rolled his eyes and focused on eating his buns. The steamed bun wasn't big to begin with, so he finished it in 2 bites. After finishing the bun, he continued to nibble on the steamed bun. He said to Huang Ming, There's no need. We men don't have any requests. Anyway, we won't be staying here for long. When our leader comes over, we'll move out." The others nodded in unison. Seeing that they were almost done eating, they were all drinking water from their cups. Only then did Huang Ming explain the purpose of his visit. He put away the smile on his face and said seriously, "I'm here today to tell you a piece of news about your base. You also know that the people of the Earth Dragon base have been coveting your base for a long time, and this time it's almost time to make a move. Your leader of the Death Flame asked you to come to our base in advance to cooperate. But our deputy leader received a message tomorrow morning. A few days after you left, your Netherworld King's base was breached." Suddenly hearing that their base had been breached, Li Zhang and the others immediately stopped what they were doing. At the same time, they looked at Huang Ming with a face full of disbelief. Impossible. Didn't they say that the operation of the Earth Dragon base would be 5 months later? How is it possible that they attacked as soon as we left? Moreover, our base won't be breached so quickly. Our leader is very strong. Feng Mingyu's eyes widened, and she blurted out with a face full of disbelief. Her tone was filled with panic and anxiety. They knew that the people of the Earth Dragon base had joined forces with other bases to attack them. Even their leader felt that the Netherworld King's base might not be able to protect itself. That was why they had come all the way to Sea City base in advance to seek cooperation. The original intention was to find a location in Jia province to build another base. However, because there were a lot of people in the Netherworld King's base. Therefore, they wanted to seek cooperation from Sea City base first, asking them to temporarily take in the women, children, and ordinary people in the Netherworld King's base who had no fighting power. They didn't need a good place to live, even a big shed would do. As long as they could have the protection of the base's big walls, it was fine to live anywhere in the base. After the Doomsday, every base built a big wall that was 20 meters high. All the humans in the base were protected inside. It also prevented the invasion of ordinary zombies. Therefore, the leader of their base planned to send some people to Sea City base first, and then collect men with stronger fighting power and strength to build a temporary base next to Sea City. Then, they would go to Jia province to build their own base. In fact, the Death Flame had already sent people to discuss this matter with the 3 leaders of Sea City. This time, they finally sent Li Zhang and the others. Looking for Wu Chengyu was just to make a final confirmation. They randomly found a location for the temporary base, and when the first batch of people arrived, they would start building it. At that time, Sea City would also provide manpower to help. Of course, the Netherworld King's base would also provide some materials in exchange for help. The news they received was that the Earth Dragon base would make a move in 5 months, so using these 5 months to move most of the people away was about the right time. However, now the man in front of him told him that their base had been broken in a few days after they left. It had already been broken through. They had left the base to come here, and it had only been a month since they left. According to what he said, it had already been more than 20 days since the base was destroyed. Moreover, their leader, deputy leader, and most of the experts were still in the base. How could it be broken through so quickly? Everyone had the same thought as Feng Mingyu. They all didn't believe it was true. Huang Ming said, "Don't worry, there is a reason for this. You actually don't know, one of your 2 deputy leaders, Yang Jianhua, is actually an undercover agent of the Earth Dragon base. He leaked the news of your base and our base to the Earth Dragon base, and then brought the fake news that the Earth Dragon base would make a move in 5 months to your leader. That's why it became like this. Impossible." As soon as Huang Ming finished speaking, the other 5 people immediately said in unison. Chapter 128. Li Zhang was visibly agitated. How could it be the deputy chief? It can't be Deputy Chief Yang. Who in Hades doesn't know he saved the chief's life? The chief treats him better than he would his own brother. How could he be a spy from Earth Dragon? Impossible. It can't be. Captain's right. How could it be Deputy Chief Yang? He's like a brother and sister to the chief. He's been good to the chief too. How could he harm the chief? Lin Yu said, shaking his head. His expression was the same as everyone else's. Huang Ming looked at their excited faces and sighed. Did your deputy chief Yang tell your chief that Long Yubai joined forces with the leaders of Skyfire Base in Yunnan and Sichuan to attack your base? And 5 months from now? Do you know how many people have come to attack your base in half a month? Earth Dragon, Skyfire, and Tsungyun Base. Including Long Yubai, there were as many as 5 level 7 arcanists. Yang Jianhua also drugged your chief's water to suppress his discipline. The others stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what Huang Ming had just said. Logic told them that as the right-hand man of a deputy chief, Huang Ming had no reason to lie to them. Their leader must have sent them to tell them this. When they didn't speak, Huang Ming continued patiently. I know this is a big blow to you, and you don't want to believe it. But we've already verified it, and you'll know soon enough. There are 2 more pieces of news I want to tell you. One good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. Bad news. They all spoke at the same time, but their choices were different. Li Zheng looked at them, and they quieted down. He turned to Huang Ming. Then let's start with the bad news. We already know the worse. What could be worse than the destruction of your base? Huang Ming nodded and said, I just said that Earth Dragon sent 5 level 7 ability users this time. So, your leader was besieged. Under siege, she couldn't control her discipline. We've burned half of your base, and many of your people have died. After that, she was chased by the 5 to the former Dongcheng district of the coastal city and self-destructed her energy core on a cliff. It was said that 2 of the 5 level 7 adepts were severely injured and 1 was killed. However, this news still needed to be verified. At the very least, we only know that the nether flames self-destructed. But no one saw it with their own eyes. Everyone, send people to find the location where the nether flame self-destructed. Hearing this grievous news, Li Zhang and the others were speechless. Their leader was besieged to death by 5 level 7 experts. What did that mean? Wouldn't that mean that all the leaders of the 3 bases were gathered together? 5 against 1, even if their leader was very strong. But he couldn't beat 5 of them. In such a situation, it was normal for them to drag one of them down with them by self-destructing. Impossible. This was impossible. Even if our leader can't beat him, he can still run away. Her ability was so special and powerful. Even if there were 5 of them, it would not be that easy to kill her. Why would she choose to self-destruct? If she dies, what will happen to Captain, Madam, and Miss? Lin Yu murmured with a dull expression. Yes. The leader won't die. She won't leave her family behind. Li Zheng's eyes also lit up, and he said with some kind of inexplicable hope. Huang Ming then said, this is the good news. Because of your leader's efforts, her brother Lin Feng's family, her mother, and her younger siblings have all successfully escaped. But now they are being hunted by Yang Jianhua. Our information only tells us that they have entered the Minute Province. We haven't found out anything else yet. The others immediately looked at him and said, you said that Captain's family has escaped, but why are they being hunted by Deputy Leader Yang? Why would he do that? Li Zheng, Lin Yu, and the others did not believe that their leader's family was being hunted by Yang Jianhua. Because their leader's family used to be like family to Yang Jianhua. Why would Yang Jianhua go after them? Was there any humanity left? Huang Ming said, whether you believe it or not, our information is true. And our leader is preparing to send people to help Lin Feng and the others immediately. He sent me to tell you the news. The other thing is to ask for your opinion. Do you want to go and help Lin Feng and the others? After all, they are in a very bad situation now. Go. Go. Let's all go. Yes. We must go. I want to see if it was really Yang Jianhua who did it. As soon as Huang Ming finished speaking, the others immediately responded. They did not believe what others said, so they could only go and see with their own eyes if it was true. Huang Ming nodded. Well, we will set off in the afternoon. This time I will lead the team to help. Although our people may not be able to deal with Yang Jianhua, but we can deal with his shrimp soldiers and crab generals. With your participation, we will also have more strength. Huang Ming was only a 5th level ice superpower. But his ice superpower was also very powerful, so Xiao Yunlong sent him with dozens of elite troops to help Lin Feng and the others. And Li Zheng was also a 5th-level superpower, so it would naturally be more convenient for him to join. I still don't believe that the leader will die. She won't die. We not only have to pick up Captain and the others, but we also have to find the place where the leader self-destructed, Li Zheng said. Yes. The others nodded. That's right. How is our other deputy leader now? Feng Mingyu suddenly asked. Huang Ming replied, Are you asking about your deputy leader Yuan? He doesn't seem to be dead, and he seems to have been missing for a month. So now it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. But according to our information, he disappeared when the Earth Dragon base came to attack the city. That is, when you left, you lost any news of him. The others looked at each other and asked strangely, You mean, Deputy Leader Yuan also disappeared on the day we left? What's going on? Huang Ming shook his head and replied, We're not too sure about this. This is the information we received. But on that day, there was no news of him. Maybe you can check it yourself, or the truth will come out later. As long as he can still appear. The others could only nod unwillingly. Perhaps there was some inside story, otherwise how could their deputy leader disappear for no reason? Otherwise, according to his personality of controlling the leader, even if he died, he should not let anything happen to the leader. That's right, he was controlling the leader. No, it should be said that he was controlling the dark fire. Chapter 129. Yuan Tianxing, the Nether Flame Controller, was in despair. He never thought that Yang Jianhua was an ingrate. He actually colluded with the Earth Dragon base to betray Hade's base. That day, he secretly sent Lin Yu and the others away and was about to return to the base. He inadvertently discovered that Yang Jianhua quietly left the base and went in another direction. It didn't feel right for him to appear outside the base alone at this time. Everyone now knew that the Earth Dragon base was ready to attack Hade's base. Everyone was on guard. Who would run out of the base, especially Yang Jianhua, the deputy leader of the base? Of course, he was the same. But his purpose was to escort the subordinates sent out by the leader to carry out the mission. What about Yang Jianhua? He had always disliked Yang Jianhua. One was because of jealousy, the other was because of his attitude. He was jealous of Yang Jianhua. He was so good to him. He protected him for everything. Although he was not his biological brother, he was better than a brother. It was because he saved Netherflame's life. As someone who had a crush on Netherflame for many years, Yuan Tianxing disliked Yang Jianhua very much. In addition, Yang Jianhua used the support of the Lin family to secretly do a lot of things. He established his own force. These Nether Flames only turned a blind eye to it and even found excuses for him. Therefore, when he saw Yang Jianhua suspiciously appearing outside the base, he of course wanted to go and find out what was going on. But he did not expect that the person he went to see was Long Yu Bai, the leader of the Earth Dragon base. He was the deputy leader of the base. Why did he go to see the enemy's leader alone? Yuan Tianxing, who felt something was wrong at that time, immediately approached quietly. He wanted to find out what was going on. As a result, he saw the two men being intimate. At that time, he was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Why did he see his colleague and the enemy's leader hugging and kissing each other? And it was two men. Well, two men after the end of the world, this was nothing. But in terms of position, they should be enemies, right? Since when did they get together? However, before he could figure out what was going on, Long Yu Bai, who was a level 7 arcanist, discovered his existence first. Thus, they began to fight. As soon as the fight began, he, a level 6 arcanist, fought against a team of level 7, level 6, and 3 level 5 arcanists. Of course, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, Yuan Tianxing, who had been missing for a month, was only captured. He was locked up in a place that no one knew about. Fortunately, Yang Jianhua didn't know that he had a secret weapon, so after locking him up for more than half a month, Yang Jianhua finally released the secret weapon. Thus, Yuan Tianxing quietly escaped. But it was too late. After he escaped, he heard the news that the Netherworld King's base had been breached. Their leader had self-destructed and perished together with the enemy. Only the leader's family escaped. The self-destruction of the Nether Flame was a huge blow to Yuan Tianqing. It was normal to feel heartache when the woman he had a crush on died. But he was a mature man, so, after the pain, he would not let go. Very quickly, he endured it and heard that the Nether Flame had forcefully sent his family out. Now, her family was being hunted, and the person who was hunting them happened to be young Jianhua. Therefore, Yuan Tianqing dragged his injured body. He planned to help Lin Feng and the others first, and then find young Jianhua to take revenge. He was injured by him and Long Yubai and was locked up. Now, it was young Jianhua who killed the woman he liked. He had to take revenge. Therefore, whether it was to take revenge or to save Lin Feng and the others, he had to find them first. After that, he would make other plans. Therefore, after escaping from the place where he was locked up, Yuan Tianqing followed the news and chased after Lin Feng and the others. After chasing for a few days, they just happened to reach the Minute Province. At this time, Lin Qiao was guided by Long Qingying. They searched for information along the way and chased after them. After chasing for 2 to 3 days, they quickly caught up. However, they didn't catch up to Lin Feng, but young Jianhua's troops. At the same time, they were now back in the Zhe province. Because Lin Qiao and Qiu Lili were both high-level zombies, especially Qiu Lili, who was a very powerful level 6 red-eyed zombie. Therefore, the journey back was as smooth as when they left. Long Qingying and Du Tianxing didn't even know why Qiu Lili had red eyes, because they had never heard of it. Level 6 zombies had red eyes, and almost everyone who had seen a level 6 zombie had died. Therefore, Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing had always thought that Qiu Lili's red eyes were a mutation. Lin Qiao and the others stood on the top of a 10-story building, looking at a position a few hundred meters ahead. They stopped there. It seems that we lost the direction of the commander again. Du Yuanxing stood beside Long Qingying, looking in that direction from afar. There were a few heavily armored vehicles parked in a plaza. They used the weapons installed in the vehicles to clear the ordinary zombies on the plaza, and then the people in the vehicles appeared one after another. Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying stood together, and on the other side were Lin Qiao, Qiu Lili, and Junjun carrying the little boy. The two people subconsciously kept a distance of 2 meters from the 3 zombies. The little boy and Junjun were released by Lin Qiao in the past 2 days. They were delicate, and it was very boring to keep them in the space. At first, Junjun knew that Qiu Lili might control her, so she was a little afraid of Qiu Lili. Later, she realized that she seemed to be very obedient to Lin Qiao, so she was slightly relieved. Lin Qiao stretched her ears to listen to the direction of the vehicles, but didn't hear the conversation over there. They had caught up with these vehicles, and they had caught up with the others this morning. Catching up with them meant that they were in the right direction. This meant that Lin Feng and the others were also heading in this direction. But after following them for a day, Lin Qiao didn't see the young Jianhua that Du Yuanxing and the others were talking about. These days, whenever Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing talked about the Nether Fire Leader, she would stretch her ears to listen. She felt very strange now. A person with the same name as her, but with a different identity and experience. But the name of her relative was the same as her. This made her very confused. So she really wanted to see her relative as soon as possible, whether they looked the same, whether they were the family in her memory. If they were really her family, then it was the other Lin Qiao. She also wanted to know what was going on. Lin Qiao pointed in that direction, then pressed Junjun's shoulder and sent her into the space. When she came out, she turned around and jumped from this building to the roof of another building. Then, it quickly leaped to another building, heading in the direction of those cars. After Lin Qiao moved, Qiu Lili immediately followed her out. Chapter 130. Du Yuanxing and the other two silently watched the 2 zombies leap over the roofs of the buildings. The 2 of them could only use their legs to run downstairs. When they reached the bottom of the building, Lin Qiao was already not far from the plaza. She stopped on the roof of a nearby building and entered stealth mode. Then, he jumped down from the top and approached the heavy-duty military vehicles. After clearing the zombies on the square, the people got off the car and formed a few groups, walking to the side where there was a place to hide. It's been suffocating, now it can finally be solved. That's right, if we don't make a move, we will enter Haiching's territory. I don't know what Chief Yang is thinking, can't he just kill them all? And he wants to capture them alive. What do you know, he actually doesn't want to kill Lin Feng and the others. Maybe they will be useful. What use? Is it because Lin Feng and his family were very good to him? So he wants to keep them alive? TCH, don't talk nonsense. He has his reasons for doing this. We should quietly finish peeing and go back. Hurry up. Listening to these people going to pee together, Lin Xiao finally understood why Yang Jianhua chased so far. So he wants to capture his brothers alive. But why does Yang Jianhua want to capture them alive? Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out, so she turned around and quietly moved towards the cars. Then she found the car in the middle, stepped on the outer steel frame of the car, and silently flipped to the roof. She leaned against the air vent and used her ear to listen. Have you confirmed the location? Report, it has been confirmed. It is in a warehouse 2 kilometers ahead. Don't get too close, Lin Hao's ability is very strong, he will easily discover our existence. You must maintain a distance of 500 meters. Especially not in a place with trees. Yes. It's almost time to make a move, Lin Feng is already seriously injured. This time without Lin Feng's obstruction, let's see how they can escape from my hands. The conversation below reached Lin Xiao's ears, the other sounds were very soft. But she still heard it clearly. She frowned. This man said that Lin Feng was injured. From his tone, he should be Yang Jianhua. But for some reason, Lin Xiao vaguely felt that his voice seemed inexplicably familiar. Maybe I heard it wrong. She didn't know this person, so why did she feel a sense of familiarity? At this time, the people who had gone out to relieve themselves had all returned to their cars. Bang, bang, the sound of car doors closing was heard. 2 minutes later, the car at the side started up and began to move forward. Lin Xiao hurriedly stood up, ran 2 steps and jumped lightly. He jumped from one roof to the other. After she jumped over, she saw the car that she had been eavesdropping on earlier. At this moment, it was also opened. Then the other cars also drove out, but not long after. Lin Xiao noticed that the cars were all heading in different directions. Lin Xiao jumped down from the car. Then, he ran up and kicked a tree by the roadside. Then, he leaped towards the nearest building with the help of the support. She didn't have the ability to jump more than 10 meters, but she could still jump a few meters. She jumped from the tree to the next building, which was 3 stories high. She directly showed her claws and clawed at the wall. Then, she quickly grabbed the corner of the wall and climbed up like a monkey. Soon, she directly climbed to the top of the building. Then, she stood at the highest point and observed the route of the cars. Slowly, she found that these cars, except for the one in the middle, slowly moved forward. The other cars all took a long detour and went around to the side. But the direction of their goal was the same. Lin Xiao stood on the roof and sniffed. Soon, she smelled a small human scent. It was coming from that direction. So, Lin Feng and the others were there now. Needless to say, the reason why Lin Xiao was so sure was because she smelled a few familiar scents. Very, very familiar. She didn't feel it before. Maybe she was just used to it. Or maybe her nose wasn't that sensitive. But she could still remember the smell of her family. So now that she had become a mutated zombie, her nose was a few hundred times more sensitive. This kind of smell was magnified a few hundred times. And these few scents were not only familiar, but she also smelled something else. That kind of intimate feeling, as if she had found her family. Family. Suddenly, 2 words floated in her heart. Lin Xiao's eyes under the glasses lit up. A green light flashed. Her eyes suddenly turned emerald green. And the light directly shone through the black mirror. If someone stood in front of her at this time, they would see a pair of light green eyes under her dark glasses. Lin Xiao was a little excited. She immediately jumped from the roof to the direction of the few scents. And at this time, in the factory that Yang Jianhua and Lin Xiao had locked onto, Lin Feng was lying in a corner of the factory. The little girl and the baby-faced Cheng Wangxue were anxiously squatting beside him. The others also stood at the side, looking at him with a bad expression. A few soldiers who were also slightly injured and Lin Hao were guarding the periphery. They had their backs to Lin Feng and were looking outside to observe the situation. But their eyes would turn back from time to time, looking at Lin Feng with concern. Dad, are you okay? Sob tilde dad, don't die. The little girl lay beside Lin Feng and said worriedly with a crying face. Although Lin Feng couldn't move, he was still awake. At this time, he still forced a smile and comforted his daughter. It's okay, Xiaolu. Dad won't leave you guys. Cough tilde puff tilde, but before he could finish his sentence, he coughed violently. Then, his expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were shocked. Lin Feng, don't talk anymore. Sob tilde dad. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but cry. Cheng Wangshue's face was also filled with tears, but her expression was fierce. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand and gritted her teeth, saying, I will definitely kill that bastard. He lied to us for so long. He has been deceiving our feelings for the past few years. I want to kill him. Sister-in-law, calm down. Big brother was angered by him, so he had the opportunity to injure big brother. You can't let anything happen to him. We are almost in the area of Haicheng base. Soon, there will be people coming to support us. As long as big brother can hold on, when we reach Haicheng base, we can save big brother. Lin Wenwen hugged Cheng Wangshue's shoulder, afraid that she would rush out in agitation. Chapter 131. This is too much. How could he lie to us? What's worse is that he lied to our Qiao. Mother Lin, who was in her 50s but still had the charm of a 40-year-old, also had red eyes. Wiping away her tears, she looked at her son with a heartache, and cursed while gritting her teeth in frustration. Lin Wenwen's expression was very calm, but her eyes were somewhat sluggish. She sighed and said, maybe my sister still doesn't know about this. It's better if she doesn't know. If she knew, I don't know how sad she would be. Yes. Fortunately our Qiao doesn't know. But now our Qiao. Mother Lin said, but her throat choked again. I'm fine, don't worry about me. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Feng, who felt much better, moved his throat and said. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Hao, who was standing on the side and paying attention to the movement, suddenly changed his face. He said with vigilance, they're coming. We can't stay here anymore. Let's go. Saying that, he immediately turned around and quickly ran in front of Lin Feng. As soon as he spoke, the others also looked nervous and panicked. Lin Hao ran in front of Lin Feng, squatted down with his back facing Lin Feng. Lin Wenwen and Cheng Wangyu immediately dragged Lin Feng up and put him on Lin Hao's back. Mother Lin immediately picked up Lin Xiaolu and followed them out. The last 5 elite soldiers, holding their guns in advance, carefully went out to scout the situation. After clearing the ordinary zombies outside, they turned around and made a safe hand gesture to Lin Hao, so that they could come out. After they came out, Lin Wenwen and Cheng Wangxue and the others surrounded Lin Hao, who was carrying Lin Feng, and Mother Lin, who was holding the child, in the middle. Then quickly left here. But they didn't go far. Soon they were blocked by a heavily armed military vehicle. The weapons on the vehicle were aimed at them. Lin Hao and the others had to stop. As soon as they saw the vehicle, there was no despair in their eyes, but anger and hatred. The killing intent radiating from Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen, and the others became even more intense. Their eyes stared at the vehicle. The expression in their eyes was like they couldn't wait to take a bomb and blow up the vehicle in front of them. Dong, a figure very handsomely, landed on the roof of the vehicle. Then he straightened his back and faced them with his hands behind his back. This person was dressed in a well-ironed military uniform with a military sword hanging from the belt around his waist. He wore white gloves on his hands. He was 1.8 meters tall and had slender legs. Her figure was quite good. On his face was a pair of long and narrow eyes with a sharp gaze. His eyebrows were slanted, his nose was high, and his lips were thin. He was a very good-looking man in his 30s. At this moment, he slightly lifted his head off the stage, slightly squinting his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an indecipherable smile. He looked condescendingly at Lin Hao and the others, who were in a very sorry state. Lin Feng, it seems like your situation isn't too good. I wonder how much longer you can hold on. I have medicine here, maybe it can save you. He smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng lay on his brother's back with his head lowered. He didn't see the other party's face. He just let out a low, cold laugh. Mph, there's no need. We will not accept the kindness of a swindler, and we will not accept the hypocrisy of a person who beat me up like this. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Lin Hao stared at him with a gloomy face and said, Yang Jianhua, you know how we've treated you these past few years. Be careful not to invite retribution for what you're doing now. He did not raise his face, but kept it flat and rolled his eyes slightly upward. He stared fiercely at the other party. Standing on the roof of the car, Yang Jianhua lightly smiled and said, Yeah. Look at how grateful I am for your kindness. That's why I haven't killed you yet. Otherwise, would you still be alive now? As he spoke, he saw the other cars. They came from all directions, blocking Lin Feng and the others' paths of retreat. Soon, Lin Feng and the others cleared out an empty area without zombies. Yang Jianhua, you liar. You won't live long either. Do you really think that Long Yu Bai will hand over the Netherworld King's base to you? Don't be silly. Sooner or later, you will reap what you sow. At this time, Lin Wenwen, who still had a calm expression, stared at Yang Jianhua and shouted at him. Yang Jianhua gently looked at Lin Wenwen. The smile on his face was very gentle and infatuated. He said to her, Wenwen, don't be willful. Go back with me. In the future, I will be the leader of the base, and you will be my woman. Then won't the base become half of your possession? Why are you so naughty? His expression was very gentle, but the words he spoke were like he was talking to a disobedient pet. While coaxing, he was calling the pet back to his side. Lin Wenwen only felt her hair stand on end after hearing this, and all the hair on her body stood up. She fiercely screamed, and then crazily scolded, Yang Jianhua, don't call me that disgusting. I'm telling you. Even if I die, I won't be together with a disgusting bisexual like you. This time, Yang Jianhua did not speak again, but the smile on his face disappeared. His expression was calm, but his eyes were staring at Lin Wenwen as if there was something surging. After Lin Wenwen screamed, she seemed to have come back to life. She had broken away from the dull and calm state just now. At this time, she was the same as Lin Hao. Her eyes were like a fierce wolf, staring at Yang Jianhua. Her eyes almost popped out, and her puffed-up cheeks showed that she was tightly clenching her teeth. And at this time, Lin Qiao was standing on the roof of the 3-story building beside Lin Hao. She stared at Yang Jianhua, her brain was throbbing with pain. It seemed like something was going to rush out, but it also seemed like it was trapped by something. She looked at Yang Jianhua's handsome and heroic face, and then turned to look at her family. That's right, it was her brother, her mother, and her little brother and sister. Even her niece Xiao Lu was there. They were all her family, that's right. But why did she feel like they were different again? That's right, they had already spent 5 years in the end of the world. Even her little niece, who was only 2 years old, had now grown into a beautiful little girl. This was the difference. Time difference. Seeing her family, Lin Qiao was very excited, and just now, she almost showed herself and rushed down. But she still rationally stopped, and only stood on the building closest to them and watched. She first calmed herself down. Otherwise, with her current appearance, even if she didn't scare them, she would still be attacked by them. And she also thought that if she saw her family now, they were the family of the Nether Flame leader that Du Yuanxing and Lin Hao mentioned, then wasn't that Lin Qiao herself? Then why did she become a zombie now? And she didn't have any memories of the past few years after the end of the world. Could it be that she had forgotten? But how could she forget a few years of time? What was going on? Chapter 132. After confirming that it was his family, Lin Qiao felt a little confused again. But she quickly threw these questions to the back of her mind, because the situation below was very tense. And this young Jianhua, for some reason, gave him a headache whenever he saw him. But looking at the way he was coveting her little sister, she knew that he wasn't a good person. He actually dared to lay a hand on her family. Damn it! After slightly adjusting his thoughts, Lin Qiao's aura moved. A sharp killing intent overflowed. Young Jianhua was expressionless and was about to say something to Lin Wenwen. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he turned his head. That pair of enchanting eyes, with a cold glint, shot towards Lin Qiao's position. Lin Qiao dodged subconsciously. When he dodged to the other side, only then did he realize that he didn't actually need to dodge. She was invisible now, so why would she be afraid of being seen by him? He felt that he had made another stupid mistake. No, young Jianhua's senses were too sharp. She had only released her killing intent in an instant. He had actually sensed it. It seemed that this man was not simple. Young Jianhua looked strangely at the roof over there. He inexplicably felt a burst of killing intent coming from there. But apart from the killing intent, he didn't feel anything else. Could it be that his senses were wrong? Young Jianhua thought it was strange and carefully sensed Lin Qiao's direction. But after sensing nothing, he retracted his attention. He continued to look at Lin Wenwen and the others. His action of turning his head just now also attracted the attention of Lin Hao and the others. But they did not know why he looked up the stairs beside them. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have discovered something. But he couldn't tell what it was. However, Lin Hao and the others did not notice Lin Qiao's direction because their attention was on young Jianhua. Young Jianhua looked at Lin Wenwen and said lightly, "Wenwen, you refuse a toast. Do you want to drink as a forfeit? That's fine, I'll fulfill your wish." With that said, he suddenly raised his hand and waved it in Lin Feng's direction. An ice blade with rising cold air directly condensed in the air. It shot toward Lin Feng and Lin Hao at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that young Jianhua hadn't even finished speaking, he had already attacked. Lin Hao subconsciously took a step back with Lin Feng on his back, but Cheng Wangyu suddenly took a step forward. Suddenly, he did a somersault and did a very neat spinning side kick. Fut catcher, young Jianhua's ice blade was accurately kicked into pieces by her foot. But when she retracted her leg, her posture was a little unnatural. Lin Wenwen immediately supported her. He looked at her feet worriedly and whispered, "Sister-in-law, your feet." Cheng Wangshue's expression was one of forbearance as she frowned slightly. He shook his head at Lin Wenwen but didn't say anything. However, anyone with a discerning eye would know that her foot was injured. Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at his wife. Finally, he raised his head from Lin Hao's shoulder to look at young Jianhua. He coldly said, "It's fine if you deceived us, but you killed our Qiao. Everyone in the base knows how she treats you. Anyone with a bit of conscience wouldn't treat her like this. Was your conscience eaten by a dog?" The others looked at young Jianhua coldly. Young Jianhua listened to Lin Feng's words and just looked at him calmly. He faintly replied, "Isn't it what she should do to me? Because I saved her life. Isn't that right?" His words made the others feel as if he had saved Lin Qiao's life. It was what he should do in the base for the past few years. Because this was his reward for saving Lin Qiao. Lin Wenwen angrily scolded, "Bullshit. If you hadn't cooperated with Long Yu Bai to harm my sister, how could she have been trapped in the zombie city for half a month without food or water? If it wasn't for your fake news, my sister would have rushed out of the zombie city. It's all because of you. You pretended to go back to save her. You said all this yourself, and now you still have the face to accept everything we did to you. Don't you have any shame?" As she spoke, her little face flushed with extreme anger. Her eyes bulged, her body trembled slightly, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. Young Jianhua looked at the angry and agitated Lin Wenwen and suddenly laughed, "Ha ha ha, yes, I said it. It was all arranged by me. So what? But have you ever thought that if it wasn't for me, Lin Qiao would have died 4 years ago? It was me who let her live a few more years. Originally, We planned to let her join Long Yubai's team and help him build the Earth Dragon base. But that woman didn't want to. Why? If she had listened to me, the current Earth Dragon base would be as big as the current Earth Dragon and Hades bases. She can also be like me now, a vice leader's position. And Long Yubai and I would learn to control the entire base together. Isn't that good? As Yang Jianhua spoke, his expression became slightly agitated, and he stretched out his hands. His eyes shone as he spoke to Lin Wenwen and the others. HMPH. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. From that chaotic situation, you wanted to build a base and be the leader yourself. Mother Lin had already put away the painful expression on her face and stared at Yang Jianhua coldly. Fortunately, my sister was wise and didn't build a base with you. Otherwise, you and Long Yubai would have secretly thought of a way to get rid of my family and my sister. Lin Hao also spoke at this time. Yang Jianhua's expression froze, and then turned cold. When the others saw his expression, they guessed that Lin Hao's words were right. It turned out that Yang Jianhua had such a plan long ago, but Lin Qiao didn't go with Long Yubai. So he changed his plan and hid beside Lin Qiao. Yang Jianhua, who was right, stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy expression and said, I've always wondered if you can sense other people's thoughts. It's too dangerous to keep people like you around. If you know all the secrets, then what else can be kept secret? As he spoke, he flipped his palms that were originally stretched out, and his palms were facing up. He flipped them down and pressed slightly towards the void. Then, a layer of white cold air condensed in the air in front of him. Then, icicles quickly condensed, and the surface of the ice reflected bursts of dazzling sunlight. After a large number of icicles were condensed, Yang Jianhua didn't say anything. He suddenly crossed his hands in the direction of Lin Feng and the others. Then, the icicles in front of him turned into a shining white shadow and shot towards Lin Feng and the others. At this time, Lin Feng and the others, except for Lin Feng, who was originally injured, no one else could block these icicles. In addition, these icicles were too fast, and in the blink of an eye, they shot towards them. In addition, the speed of these icicles was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they shot towards them. These icicles were already in front of them. These icicles were already in front of them. Chapter 133. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was lying weakly on Lin Hao's back, suddenly propped himself up. She suddenly propped herself up on Lin Hao's back. He stretched his hands forward, and a raging fire suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The bright red flame formed a semicircle of fire. When the icicles were about to pierce them, it was in front of everyone in time. It also blocked the icicles outside the fire. However, the icicles that were outside the fire did not melt when they came in contact with the fire. Instead, they were nailed to Lin Feng's fire and were trying their best to poke inside. They wanted to poke a hole, drill in, and stab into them. Lin Feng's face did not look good. He gritted his teeth and held on with both hands. Although he knew that he could not hold on for long, he did not want to give up now. Because if he loosened his grip, the people around him would be shot by a large number of icicles. Step back. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to say 3 words to Lin Hao. Then, Lin Hao led the others and slowly retreated. They were retreating, but Lin Feng's fire barrier didn't budge. Instead, it was like he was competing with the icicles, trying to rush forward. So the distance between them and the fire was slowly pulled apart. At this moment, Lin Qiao was also very anxious to communicate with Qiu Lili, begging her to help deal with Yang Jianhua. That man was a rank 6 ability user, and he had not just entered rank 6. He was a max level 6 ability user, and was about to break through to rank 7. Lin Qiao stood on the roof and could feel the same sense of crisis from him as Xiao Budian's father. She could not deal with this man now, but she might be able to hold on for about a minute if she fought him alone. But it would be too difficult for her to save Lin Feng and his team from the hands of this man and his armored vehicles. So she wanted to ask Qiu Lili to help. Qiu Lili was a rank 6 king. Against a rank 6 metahuman like Yang Jianhua, it would be impossible. In terms of strength, Young Jianhua would not be a match for Qiu Lili. But in terms of experience, young Jianhua was more cunning. So, the two were probably going to fight. The first time would probably be a draw. Even if Lin Xiao wanted to save people into the space, she could only bring them in one by one. He couldn't take in a large number of people at once. Therefore, she needed time to destroy all the weapons in the vehicles. Only then could they bring Lin Feng and the others away. At this time, Lin Xiao was observing the situation outside the space. She wrote on a piece of paper and showed it to Qiu Lili, who was standing beside her. "Those down there are my family, I want to save them. But I'm not a match for that rank 6 metahuman, so you have to go. You have to help me. Otherwise, why would you stay by my side?" Qiu Lili didn't want to go out and deal with young Jianhua. She hesitated again. She looked around. This was the first time Lin Xiao had brought her into the space. As soon as she came in, she liked the feeling it gave her. Lin Xiao stared at her beautiful red eyes, not knowing if it was because of excitement or anxiety. Her green eyes appeared again, peeking out from behind her sunglasses. Actually, Lin Xiao could see the color of Qiu Lili's eyes because they were filled with energy. Therefore, all Lin Xiao could see was red energy. This was the energy inside Qiu Lili's body. Qiu Lili couldn't see the color of Lin Xiao's eyes, but she could see two pale white eyes in the dark sunglasses. Sensing that Lin Xiao was really anxious, Qiu Lili thought for a moment and nodded. But she gave a cry and said, oh, I want to stay in here." Then, she pointed at her feet and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded without thinking. Now, as long as she made a move, she could do anything she wanted. Seeing that Qiu Lili agreed, Lin Xiao immediately brought her out of the space. Because she sensed that Lin Feng's situation had changed. Just a second before they left the space, young Jianhua suddenly waved his hand. Then, she saw Lin Feng's eyes suddenly bulge. He couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. The hands that were blocking him loosened and fell in front of Lin Hao. His head tilted and he fainted on Lin Hao's body. "Big brother!" Lin Hao screamed. And when his hands loosened, the flame in front of them suddenly dissipated. The icicles that were originally blocked outside immediately pierced towards them. Coincidentally, Lin Xiao brought Qiu Lili out of the space. Seeing that Lin Feng spat out blood, the flame barrier was also broken. In a moment of desperation, she dodged. Then, she rushed towards them. And at this time, Qiu Lili also dodged and rushed towards young Jianhua. Two slender hands waved, and a gust of wind rose from the ground. Then, it surrounded the armored car that young Jianhua was standing on and began to roll up. "Ah!" Qiu Lili screamed. Her voice traveled far and wide. It was immediately heard by all the zombies nearby, and their whole bodies stopped. Then, they slowly turned their heads to look at Qiu Lili's direction. Then, each of the horrifying zombies had a confused expression on their faces. They lifted their feet and staggered towards Qiu Lili's direction. All the surrounding zombies seemed to be summoned and moved towards that direction at the same time. And when Lin Xiao saw that her family was in danger, she used her fastest speed to rush down without thinking. But her movements were still a bit late and her distance was quite far. Even if her speed was very fast, she couldn't beat young Jianhua's icicles. She was less than 10 meters away from Lin Feng and the others. Just as the sharp tip of the icicle was about to hit him, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Wenwen, Cheng Wangxue and the 5 soldiers subconsciously blocked in front of Lin Hao, Lin Feng, Mother Lin and Lin Xiaolu. And when Lin Xiao saw that they were about to be injured, her heart became a mess. Just at this moment, a few people suddenly jumped out from the surroundings. And the ground under Lin Feng's feet suddenly shook. Then, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. It seemed to be very deep. Lin Hao and the other 11 people suddenly fell into it. All of them suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Mother Lin and Lin Xiaolu screamed. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of ice breaking on the ground was heard. A few figures appeared next to the hole that had suddenly emerged from within a few tenths of a second. At the same time, young Jianhua was also shocked by Qiu Lili's sudden scream. When he reacted, he saw a blurry white figure rushing towards him. A strange gust of wind rose around him, swirling around him and the car beneath his feet. Chapter 134. Ahem. Lin Xiao flashed to the edge of the hole, not knowing what was going on. She almost subconsciously took off her sunglasses, but fortunately, she quickly reacted and stopped her hand that was about to reach for her glasses. She craned her neck to look down. Leader. Hey. Deputy Leader Yuan. Du Yuanxing, who was a little behind, looked anxiously at the emotion division and subconsciously called out to Lin Feng. Then he suddenly saw someone standing on the other side of the hole. He immediately called out in surprise. Wen. Long Qingying also called out when she rushed over. Then she looked down. She found that although the hole was about 2 meters deep, the people at the bottom were fine. However, because of the sudden drop, they lost their balance and fell to the ground. It's Tianxing. The people at the bottom also looked up, not knowing what was going on. When Mema Lin saw someone, she cried out in surprise. Qingqing, it's you. At this time, Lin Wenwen also saw Long Qingying. At this time, Lin Xiao didn't care so much and jumped down. As soon as she went down, the people at the bottom of the hole immediately stared at her with vigilance. Who are you? Suddenly seeing an unfamiliar sunglasses man jump down, Lin Wenwen and the others immediately stared at her and asked. That who is he? Hey, we still don't know your name. Du Yuanxing wanted to come out and help, but he suddenly realized that along the way, this zombie didn't tell them his name. This zombie didn't tell them what his name was. Lin Xiao stood at the side, looking at Lin Feng with some worry. Hearing Du Yuanxing's words, she just casually glanced at him. But she ignored him. At this time, Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying both jumped down from the side of the hole, and another man also jumped down. Lin Xiao looked at him. This was a familiar person. And also a familiar person that had changed a lot. It was Yuan Tianxing. She didn't expect him to appear here. The man was 1.9 meters tall, and his body was very straight. He had a strong military aura, and was as strict, powerful and strong as Lin Feng. But his face was somewhat delicate and handsome, and his pair of phoenix eyes were very charming. There was some kind of inexplicable attraction. She had a high nose bridge and thin but beautiful lips. His slightly pointed chin made his face look somewhat delicate. His body was strong and sturdy, especially his long and slender legs. It was even more beautiful than young Jianhua's long legs. However, his temperament was very tough, and it suppressed the delicate look on his face. His relationship with Lin Xiao was actually very close. At least before the apocalypse, they were all in the same team. They were all comrades. Lin Xiao wanted to walk over to Lin Feng to see if his injuries were serious. But as soon as she moved, Lin Wenwen and the others immediately shouted to stop her. Who are you? Don't come over. They were already in a dangerous situation. Suddenly, a stranger ran out and wanted to get close to them. Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao stared at Lin Xiao. He's not a human. He's not a bad person. No. Pooh. Don't be nervous, he's here to help you guys. He said he knows you guys. Du Yuanxing looked at the situation and hurriedly said. Lin Xiao saw that her brother and sister were wary and repulsed by her, and her heart felt very uncomfortable. But she knew that now was not the time to talk about this. It seemed that in order to save Lin Feng, she had to first dispel their wariness. She took a step back and observed Lin Feng's situation. She found that the energy in his body was almost depleted. And there was a shadow on his chest, a faint dark color was condensing on his chest. Lin Xiao knew that his lungs in his chest had ruptured and was accumulating blood. Fortunately, he had vomited some just now, so the situation was not that bad. She took out a piece of paper and wrote a few words, "I can cure him." Then she threw it towards Lin Wenwen. At this moment, because they were stuck in the pit, Lin Hao no longer carried Lin Feng on his back. Instead, he let him sit on the ground with his back against the cave wall. Mother Lin pulled Lin Xiaolu into her arms to protect her. The others stood in front of Lin Feng. Lin Wenwen did not catch the paper that Lin Xiao threw over, and only looked at her in confusion. Then he looked at the paper that fell to the ground. This person did not speak, but used a pen to write. Regardless of the situation at the bottom of the pit, Yuan Tianxing, who was standing on top of the pit, looked at the situation inside. He found that Lin Qiao really did not have any hostility, and the others were fine. Only then did Yuan Tianxing turn his gaze to the other side, and looked strangely at Yang Jianhua, who was trapped by a strange wind. The strong wind swirled around Yang Jianhua's figure, like a large tornado. The eye of the wind was exactly where Yang Jianhua was, and there was a white shadow hidden in the wind. From time to time, it would rush out of the wind wall and attack Yang Jianhua in the middle. The wind was very strong, and very thick. The speed of the rotation was very fast, so when Yuan Tianxing looked over, Yang Jianhua's figure was already a little blurry. Yang Jianhua was still the same as before, and his strength was comparable to his. But now that he was suffering from internal injuries, he was not his match in a fight. But that white shadow that even he could not see clearly, Yuan Tianxing felt that it was very strong. It was the kind of energy pressure that only a level 7 arcanist would have. But the feeling that it gave off was slightly different from a level 7 arcanist. But Yuan Tianxing did not know what the difference was. "Tianxing, send us up first." At this time, Mama Lin suddenly said. Only then did Yuan Tianxing turn around and nodded to Mama Lin. "Yes, madam. Pay attention." As he said that, he took a step back and pressed his hands in the direction of the hole. Then he grabbed the air, as if he was holding something. Then he slowly lifted it up. At this time, Lin Qiao felt the ground under her feet shake, and then the ground under her feet that had sunk for some reason began to rise. The others seemed to be prepared for Yuan Tianxing's movements and the rising situation under his feet, and calmly waited for it to rise. As Yuan Tianxing's hands rose higher and higher, the ground under Lin Qiao and the others also rose higher and higher. From the moment Lin Qiao and the others suddenly appeared until now, there was no one rushing out of the surrounding cars. There was not even the slightest movement. As soon as Lin Qiao's feet touched the ground, he leapt up. She directly jumped up from below. Her jumping ability made Lin Wenwen and the others look at her in surprise. On the other hand, Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying were calm and did not pay much attention to it. At this time, Yang Jianhua was trapped in the wind and had already begun to go crazy. He had already seen what the white shadow in front of him was. It was a girl. And it was a zombie. She didn't look very old, but her attacks were very powerful. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.